A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
That's right, the Goldbergs, brought to you Monday. That's right, the Goldbergs, brought to you Monday through Friday by Procter & Gamble, the makers of Duz. And now, the Goldbergs. The extravagant, emotional upheaval that Sammy Goldberg went through because of Sylvia Allison is beginning to show its results. Sammy is confused, half-pitying Sylvia, half-pitying himself. He wants to marry her to save her from herself, and he doesn't know why he feels this sense of obligation and guilt. And Sylvia, who claims that she has changed, wants to go to Lastenberry with the Goldbergs to help Sammy get better. It's next day at Lastenberry Station. People have kind of wandered down to see what's going on, and the vast furor of gossip is stirring. Listen.
Hello, Martha. Hello. What are you doing down at the station? What do you mean? I thought everybody knew what I was doing at the station. The Goldbergs are coming home. For land's sake, I didn't know that. Don't you read the local papers? Maybe you don't even know we're waiting for the ambulance. What's the ambulance come to the station for? Sammy Goldberg was in an automobile accident, and he's between life and death. That's why they're bringing him home. If he has to die, they want him home. Land's sake. I didn't know that. Hello there, Martha. Is Dr. Keeter sitting in the waiting room by any chance? I ain't seen him. I called him early this morning. I told him to be here sure to meet the train. No, he'll be here, all right. Don't look like the train will be on time anyhow. That's no reason for the doctor not to be here. Land's sake, what's that? What it sounds like. That's the ambulance. Is he as badly hurt as that? Ain't I just been telling you the boy's between life and death? Well, how'd it happen? Well, that's something I ain't free to say. Somebody run into it? It's a good deal worse than that. Sorry, laugh for him. Look for the woman. Martha. But that's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you. Don't ask me any more. The Goldbergs don't want the whole town talking since she's coming back with them. And why they're letting her come back with them is something I can't tell you. Because it's beyond all my understanding. After all, the misery that girl caused those poor folks. I never liked her when she first came here, and neither did Mrs. Goldberg. And then, when Sammy left her to go and take on with her again, I knew no good would ever come of it. And there you are. She tried to kill him because he wouldn't marry her. Hello, Martha. Oh, Doctor, there you are. I was afraid you were going to miss the train. How are you, sir? Fair, Doc, fair. Nothing like a little excitement. There she comes. Oh, we better walk down a way. Let's walk down. No, they sent to me. Go bring her the doctor's report. Yes, I've already spoken to the doctor by phone. I don't see them. Yes, there they are. Yes. You sure that's the thing they were coming on? Yes, sure. I see them. Oh, Mrs. Goldberg! Yes, sir. He's got him on the stretcher. That poor boy. There ain't nothing left of him. That's the girl over there, ain't it? I guess so. Hey, she's pretty. Oh, look. She's going to the ambulance with him. Martha said she tried to kill him because he wouldn't marry her. I guess there's more to this than we know, sir. Come on, let's take a close look at her. You stay where you are. Don't crowd around him. Doctor, are you still standing comfortable? You sure he was comfortable in the ambulance?
Yes, he's quite all right now.
Yes, you went in the ambulance?
I saw to it, yes.
All right, put her down.
I've got room for you in my car, Mrs.
Goldberg. All right, dear. All right,
you go ahead, Molly. Mike is here with his car.
Yes.
I'll go home at night.
All right, dear.
My car's right
here.
here.
You go with Papa, huh?
Come on.
You go with Papa, dear.
The car's right here.
All right. Oh, thank you, Doctor, dear. Excuse me if I'm so beside myself.
Right, all right.
Martha, are you coming with me? Yes, sure, I'm coming. All right. Mr. Goldberg is calling you. You go with Mr. Goldberg. You go with Mr. Goldberg.
Right over here, Mrs. Goldberg.
Yes, Doctor, dear. Wait just 1 minute, Doctor, till I gather myself together, please.
Take your time.
Oh, honey, I'm so excited. Doctor, that was such a trip.
Oh,
I just have to get off under stretch, Doctor. That was a beautiful coming home, Doctor.
Oh, no, Mrs. Goldberg, you must...
I'll be all right in 1 minute, dear.
Yes.
I'm just beside myself, dear.
Would you like a glass of
I'm
water?
really beside myself, dear. No, I'm all right. I'll be all right, Doctor. I'll just take off this coat a minute.
Let me hold it for you.
If you don't mind,
yes.
Doctor, dear.
Thank you. Yes. No.
Oh, there is your car, dear.
It's right over here.
It's not too much trouble to you.
Oh, why?
Thank you.
Will you take my arm then?
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Take your...
I think like a bit sharp.
Catch your breath.
All right. I'm so glad you spoke to the doctor in the hospital in South Carolina, Doctor. So you know everything, family's condition and everything.
Yes. And
why do you have Miss Allison with us?
Yes, I
This
know.
is your car, Doctor?
Yes. Now,
Oh,
can you get in?
that's all right. I'm all right now, Doctor. Excuse me for my behavior isn't...
There we are.
I'm all right, Doctor. I'll take my coat. Thank you.
Now, we can put it right over the hanger.
That's all
there.
right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, it's home again. I didn't think I could ever see Lastenberry again, Doctor. It's beautiful. Very beautiful. Doctor, dear, I'm so worried, dear.
Now, you tell me all.
You have to do all you can to help her. You know exactly what happened to her.
Yes, but why did you bring this girl back with you?
Why? The why is the reason for my worries, Doctor. Sammy loved her. And she nearly put an end to his life and to her life. Her father loved her also. She fooled him also. She lied to him. She nearly made an end to the marriage of her sister also. Whatever she did, Doctor, wherever she turned, she left sorrow and she left unhappiness. And yet, Doctor, I had to bring her. She says she's shame.
Is that why?
No. Danny still wants to marry her, Doctor.
Oh.
He pities her. He feels guilty. I don't know why he feels that he's to blame. And the doctor in South Carolina told me that Sammy's physical hurt, the injuries what he got in the accident, are not so important as his mental status.
Yeah.
He called it psychological.
Yeah.
I think that's the word. Psychological. He tried to explain it to me. He said that because of the accident, just because Sylvia did what she did, Sammy and her are bound up together in their minds. I don't understand these things very well, Doctor, but he said that it was very important.
Well, I don't understand them very well myself. After all, I'm a trained country doctor. I can treat colds and rheumatism, bring babies into the world. And in a pinch, I can take out an appendix, but this is way beyond me. I'm like you and everybody else, Mrs. Goldberg. We know very little of the other world, which you and I call the human mind, or the human soul. The best we ever can do is to be kind to each other, which simply means that we forgive people for things we don't understand. That's good enough. And it works when people aren't ill emotionally. When they are, forgiveness is useless. You need understanding. That means people are trained to understand.
Then what should I do, Doctor? What can I do? Take Sammy to New York?
I'm afraid you may have to. Perhaps my son can recommend someone.
Oh, then will you write to him, please?
I won't have to. He's visiting with me here. First vacation he's had in 10 years.
Oh, and is he that kind of a doctor? I mean, for emotion?
He's had a great deal of recognition.
Oh, then he's that kind of a doctor. Maybe, but of course, if he's here on a vacation for the first 10 years, first vacation, maybe I'm forgetting my good manners, Doctor, but could your son...
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Goldberg. If there's anything my son can do to help you, I'm sure he will.
Thank you.
The car goes bumping up the road and turns in the driveway of the Goldberg house. Molly feels she is home, but in a home that is altered and been transformed, perhaps forever. And be sure to listen to the next episode of The Goldbergs. The story is written for you by Gertrude Bird. This is Bill Rogers saying goodbye for the makers of Duz, the new kind of granulated soap for all three kinds of wash. Yes, The Goldbergs, brought to you Monday through Friday by the makers of Duz.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
Well, it's generally accepted that it's mostly women who try to keep their ages a secret. But this theory was disproved last week at Madison High School, where our Miss Brooks teaches English.
Yes, it was disproved most definitely by our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, who celebrated a birthday last Monday. When asked how old he was, he replied, "A person is only as old as he feels." And while I don't think he made that up himself, he spent the entire week trying to out-Mickey Rooney Mickey Rooney. I was discussing our boy principal with my landlady Friday morning at breakfast.
You mean to say Osgood is still making a spectacle of himself?
Mrs. Davis, he's the biggest spectacle since the greatest show on earth. Honestly, he's making a fetish of being young. Thursday, he showed up at school wearing a bright red bow tie.
A bow tie? How did it look?
It looked like somebody had wrapped his Adam's apple as a belated Christmas gift.
Well, there's one consolation, Connie. If Mr. Conklin is so busy with himself, he won't find time to bother you.
Well, he found some somewhere. Tuesday morning, he assigned me the task of purchasing a school bus.
A school bus?
Mr. Conklin feels we'll save money if we use our own bus for out-of-town games. So he persuaded the board to grant us an appropriation.
How much did they grant you?
$130.
$130? What in the world can you get for that kind of money?
Well, so far, I've only been offered one conveyance.
What kind?
A garbage truck. The way our team's been playing, I almost took it. But yesterday, Mr. Boynton offered to see what he could find, so I turned the money over to him.
Good for you, Connie. Mr. Boynton is one man who knows a bargain when he sees it. Present company accepted.
That goes without saying, and I wish you hadn't.
Well, I've got to clean up and get ready to leave the house, dear. I've got to take a couple of books back to the library today.
All right, Mrs. Davis. Oh, that's probably Walter Denton to drive me to school. I'll get it. Come on in, Walter. Oh, it's Mr. Boynton.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Since I knew I was coming over, I phoned Walter and told him he needn't call for you this morning. I hope you don't mind my taking that liberty.
Mind? It's a heck of a start. That is, please come in. Oh, what brings you to this part of town, Mr. Boynton? You live on the other side of school, and with the price of gas what it is...
Oh, I didn't drive my car here, Miss Brooks. I'm taking it down in the new school bus.
You mean you bought something? For $130?
That's right. Come over here to the window. See it?
No, I don't. Say, what's that police patrol wagon doing in front of our house?
That's it, Miss Brooks.
What is what?
That's what I bought.
You mean our new school bus is a Black Mariah? Well, I know the team isn't playing well, but they don't deserve to be pinched.
I got it from a used car dealer. He had a couple of them that were condemned as obsolete by the police department.
From the looks of it, that thing should have been condemned to Devil's Island.
Well, I know it doesn't seem like much now, Miss Brooks, but the kids at school can fix it up so you'll never recognize it. And the price was the luckiest coincidence you ever heard of.
Really?
Well, there was no sign on it at all when I got to the lot. But when I told the dealer I had $130 to spend, he admitted that's just what it caused.
If that dealer was any more honest, he'd be in jail.
Come on, Miss Brooks. Let's get going.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Boynton. We can't drive up to school in that. Mr. Conklin would blow a gasket.
But we could explain to him that...
No, first we've got to cushion the blow, Mr. Boynton. Look, Mr. Conklin's on a big youth kick, so it shouldn't be too difficult to butter him up.
Butter him up?
You know, flatter him into a more receptive frame of mind. Then we can spring our little bargain on him.
Well, that might be the best course to pursue at that.
I'm all ready to... Oh, hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Mrs. Davis.
Come here, Mrs. Davis. Look out the window.
Yes. Well, what do you know? The paddy wagon. I had no idea my library books were that much overdue.
That's what Mr. Boynton bought for school, Mrs. Davis. When the kids fix it up, you'll never recognize it, though. But we're going to take the regular bus to school to explain to Mr. Conklin.
I would if I were you.
Then I thought maybe you could drive it down to school for us about 3 o'clock this afternoon, Mrs. Davis, after Mr. Conklin knows about it. Would you mind very much?
I should say not. I've always wanted to drive one of those. Look out, folks. Here I come. Clang, 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 clang. Wait for the police. Hey, you there. Now you quit speeding. Pull over to the curb. Well, where do you think you're going?
To a fire?
Right. Proceed.
Look, Mr. Boynton, there's Mr. Conklin going into school now. I'll stay behind this tree, and you put the first coat of salve on him.
All right. Say, from here it looks like he shaved off his mustache.
Really? I hardly ever noticed he had one. When I'm with him, his lips are flapping so fast, it's just a blur. Now, go ahead, Mr. Boynton. Catch up with him.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, just a minute. Wait up, Stretch.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Boynton. Did you call me Stretch?
Oh, it's you, sir. From the back, I mistook you for our star athlete, Stretch Snodgrass.
Well, Star athlete, eh? Well, I guess I fool a lot of people that way from the back. Of course, there's no mistaking who I look like from the front, is there?
No, sir, although I haven't seen Robert Taylor in some time.
Oh, come now, boy. Just because I shaved my mustache, I don't fancy myself another Robert Taylor. Cary Grant, maybe.
Well, without the mustache, you look extremely young, if I may say so.
As often as you like. Thank you, Boynton.
Well, sir, I was wondering, maybe if you had a little time after school, perhaps you'd like to play some handball with me.
Handball? Well, I haven't played for several years. I don't know.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mr. Conklin. I know just how you feel.
You do?
Well, yes, sir, and it's mighty decent of you to be so considerate. It's obvious that you just want to spare us older fellas a thrashing.
Oh, well, that isn't quite the reason I won't play today. You see, Boynton, in honor of my birthday last Monday, some of my lodge brothers gave me a little blowout last night. You know what that sort of thing can lead to. Why, we must have played charades half the night.
I see. Well, I'd better be heading into my lab. See you later, Carrie. Mr. Conklin.
Toodle, Mr. Boynton.
Yeah, toodle, kiddo.
I ought to be in pictures. I'm beautiful to see. I ought to be
Well,
in
good
pictures.
morning. How are you today, Mr. Boynton?
Mr. Boynton?
Oh, excuse me, sir. For a moment, I didn't recognize you.
And you took me for Mr. Boynton?
I apologize.
It's a natural mistake.
Yes, it is. You see, I spoke to Mr. Boynton on the phone about our new school bus.
Oh, then you did purchase one. Splendid, Miss Brooks, splendid. I knew you could get something for $130. Tell me, is it nice and roomy?
It'll hold 20 prisoners. A student. while it wasn't easy to find, I think it'll work out.
Well, is it on the school grounds at present?
No, sir. I wanted to tell you a bit about it first.
No. Not another word, Miss Brooks. I don't want to hear a thing about it until it's before me. I prefer to be surprised.
Your chances are excellent. But, Mr. Conklin,
I must go into my office now, Miss Brooks. Contact me when you have the vehicle ready for inspection. I'll see you later.
Yes, sir. Well, at least I tried.
Good morning, Miss Brooks. Wasn't that Daddy speaking to you just now?
Yes, Harriet.
I've got a message for him. I was late getting out of the house this morning, and right after Daddy left, the head of the Board of Education called him.
Mr. Stone?
Yes. Mother spoke to him. It seems Jason Brill, the principal at Clay City High, got an appropriation for a school bus at the same time we did. And Mr. Stone is simply furious because of the type of bus they bought.
Well, what did they buy?
You'll never guess, Miss Brooks. Jason Brill bought, of all things, an old patrol wagon. Now, isn't that killing?
I'm dead already. Look, Harriet, that's exactly what Mr. Boynton, acting for me, bought for Madison.
What? But that's why Mr. Stone called, to warn Daddy against buying any outlandish conveyance.
You've got to do me a favor, Harriet. Please don't give that message to your father until I see what I can do about exchanging our Black Mariah.
All right, Miss Brooks. Oh, gee, I hope you can return it and get the money back. Of course, if you can't, maybe the shop class can fix the wagon some way before Mr. Stone sees it.
They'll either fix that wagon or mine will be fixed for good. Well, after hearing about Mr. Stone's attitude toward the patrol wagon we were going to use as a school bus, I decided to take immediate action. Consequently, I spent the next few hours very productively, and by lunchtime I had accomplished no less than 6 bitten fingernails. Then I met Mr. Boynton in the school cafeteria and told him of our dilemma.
Well, let's see if I've got it straight. If Mr. Stone found out that Mr. Conklin intended to use a patrol wagon as a school bus, he'd raise Mary Ned with him. Mr. Conklin would then raise Mary Ned with you because even though I bought the wagon, you're the one to whom he delegated the authority and the board funds. However, so far, Mr. Conklin doesn't know about the patrol wagon, nor does he know of Mr. Stone's phone call. Hence, in this situation, what are Miss Brooks and Mr. Boynton going to do?
I don't know. Let's hear tomorrow's episode and find out.
I know. Why don't you telephone Mrs. Davis, tell her not to bring the wagon, and then we'll take it back this evening and try to get a refund.
I phoned Mrs. Davis 6 times, Mr. Boynton, and there's no answer. She's undoubtedly driving all over town just for the fun of it.
A patrol wagon? What fun can that be?
Think of the fascinating type of hitchhiker she'll attract. And promptly at 3, she'll cruise up to our front door with all the stops out.
There must be something we can do.
Well, let's discuss it later, Mr. Boynton. Walter Denton's heading this way, and I'd rather he didn't know about this. Hello, Walter.
Greetings, dear faculty.
Hi. Care to join us, Walter?
Yeah, just for a minute, thanks. Hey, Harriet told me in confidence about the new bus you bought, Miss Brooks. Imagine a police patrol wagon for a high school bus. Oh, nobody but you could possibly have come through with such a delightfully waxed-up accomplishment.
I bought the wagon, Walter.
You?
There go your grades in English and biology.
Oh, no, don't get me wrong. I think the idea is real gone. But I'd better give you the sealed envelope Harriet wanted me to deliver.
Sealed envelope?
Yeah. She said it contained a highly secret message, and I shouldn't dare let anybody else get hold of it.
Where is the message, Walter?
Just a second, I'll take off my shoe.
You put the envelope in your shoe?
I didn't want it to fall into enemy hands.
Good work, and thank you, Sam Spaceman. Why didn't Harriet transmit the message verbally?
Because she didn't want me to know what was in it either.
Well, in that case, never mind your shoe. Just tell me what it says.
Miss Brooks, that hurts. You don't think that I'd actually poke my nose into your envelope, do you?
Only because your nose isn't long enough. Now, come on, Walter. What's the message?
Well, Harriet was in her dad's office when he was out, and Mr. Stone called and said he'd be here at 3 o'clock. And Harriet says in the note that if you don't either get her father out of school early or keep that wagon out of sight, you're a gone goose.
That's the noisiest secret message I ever received. Well, goodbye, Mr. Boynton.
Well, Miss Brooks, where are you going?
I must go where the gone goose goes. The goner goose and me nobody knows.
Brooks, did you think of any way to get Mr. Conklin home early?
No, Walter, I didn't.
Well, you better do something pretty fast. It's almost 3 o'clock.
Already? Well, if I don't think of something soon, Mrs. Davis will be here with the patrol wagon, and it'll be too late. Look, Walter, out the window. She's here.
I'll say she's here. Listen to her whack that bell.
She's like a kid with a new toy. I'm glad she didn't get her hands on the revolver and blank cartridges I used in our last school play. I had to open my big mouth. Well, this is it.
Wait a minute, she seems to be driving away.
No, she's only going around to the other side of the school to park. Closer to Mr. Conklin's office, Walter. So I'll just have to come clean and throw myself head first on the mercy of the court.
Where are you going?
Where else? I must go where the gone goose goes. The goner goose and me nobody knows.
You're certain there were no phone messages for me, Harriet?
None that I can seem to remember, Daddy.
That's funny. The board granted us $130 for a school bus last week. I was expecting some inquiries about it from Mr. Stone. When they come through with any money, they usually want to know what's that?
What's what, Daddy?
That clanging. Sounds like a patrol wagon.
Patrol wagon? Are you sure it's not your imagination?
My imagination isn't that noisy. I'm going to the window and see. It is a patrol wagon. Harriet, they've come for me.
Come for you?
I haven't much time to explain, but that party my lodge brothers gave me last night got a little out of hand, and several of the brothers were carted off in just such a vehicle. Heavens to Dillinger, they're going to take me by storm.
Oh, surely you're exaggerating, Daddy. What happened last night?
Well, we were all walking home from the bar and grill. From the club rooms. Anyway, a group of the boys began fooling around with a fire hydrant. Just skylarking, you understand. But some neighborhood snoop must have turned in an alarm.
Go on, Dad.
Well, all of a sudden, for some totally incomprehensible reason, the cap of the hydrant became unscrewed, the water gushed into the street, and the next thing I knew, I heard the police patrol wagon approaching.
What did you do then?
Well, what could I do? I dropped the wrench and ran. Don't you see, Harriet, I had to escape. If the papers got wind of this and Mr. Stone learned of my participation, my career at Madison would have been ended. As it is, it was prolonged for 12 hours. Now, quickly, my dear, leave through my inner office. I mean to face this thing alone.
But, Daddy, you shouldn't.
Go, child.
If you say so.
And I was looking so young today. I'm ready. Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conklin.
Why, it's Miss Brooks, dear Miss Brooks. What a pleasure it is to see you.
It is?
Oh, of course it is. Don't you know how delighted I always feel when I see my favorite English teacher?
Yes, sir. And I also know how you feel when you see me. Mr. Conklin, I have something to report to you.
I know all about it, Miss Brooks.
You do?
Yes. The police will be up here looking for me any minute.
The police? Looking for you?
Well, it's a long and gruesome tale, but some of my lodge brothers were committing a bit of mischief last evening, and a patrol wagon hauled them off to the pokey. I got away, but some stoolie reported me. And now the wagon is downstairs for me. That's what you were going to tell me, isn't it, Miss Brooks?
Not exactly, but I like your version better. That is, I wouldn't have been so blunt about it, Mr. Conklin.
To think, 15 years of teaching, 7 years of principal, and it's all down the hydrant. Drained. When Mr. Stone hears of this, I'm ruined.
But why should he have to hear about it? Maybe I can stall the police off for you, Mr. Conklin.
Would you, Miss Brooks? Would you really? Do you think you could? I'd do anything to repay you, anything.
Please stop plucking at my sleeve. Now, you go into your inner office and wait. I'll see what I can do when the cops get here. You'd better hurry, Mr. Conklin. One moment, please.
Tell them I'm out. Gone. Tell them it's gone.
Whew. I'm bucking for a discharge, but here goes. Come in.
Hello, Connie.
What is it, officer? Whom did you want to see?
I don't want to see.
Osgood Conklin? You say you've come to take Osgood Conklin to prison? Please, Mrs. Davis, make believe you're a policeman. I'll explain later. I'm very sorry, Sergeant, but he isn't here right now.
Well, where is the black-hearted rat?
I don't know, sir. How serious is this arrest, anyway?
The chief says he's our number one boy. Nail him and we've broken the back of the crime wave.
Please, don't overdo it. Well, he might be somewhere around school. If you'll wait right here, I'll see if I can find him.
Well, be quick about it. My orders are to bring him in dead or alive.
Yes, sir. I'll be right back. Quick, Mr. Conklin. There's no time to lose.
I know. I'm their number one boy.
Then you heard it.
A little. I can't understand it. Just because of a miserable fire hydrant, dead or alive.
It's a figure of speech, Mr. Conklin. I'm sure the department would get their real kicks bringing you in alive. That is, why don't you sneak out this side door?
This side door?
Oh, it's too late now. Come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conklin. I'm sorry, but I can't talk to you now, Sonny. I'm in a terrible hurry, and I want... Mr. Stone!
What's the big rush, Osgood? You act like a cornered convict with a hound snapping at his heels.
What a delightful simile, Mr. Stone.
Oh, yeah. Please, sir, you're much too busy to see me now, and I wouldn't want to take up your time.
Is this Osgood? Weren't you expecting me? I left a message that I was coming down to discuss your new school bus.
Message? You left a message? New school bus?
You sound like the Andrews sisters, less one.
Please, Mr. Stone, couldn't we have our little chat tomorrow? You see, I'm hurrying home to be with my wife. She came down with virus pneumonia this morning.
Oh, she did?
Yes.
Well, for your information, Twitchy, my wife just phoned me and said Mrs. Conklin is playing bridge at our house right now.
What?
No wonder they call them miracle drugs.
I don't know what's going on around here, but I'm not going to find out in this stubby cubicle. Why are you in here anyway? Hiding from the law?
The law?
I like the bit about the convicts and the hounds better.
I'm going into your outer office where I can breathe.
Oh, no. Don't go in there, Mr. Stone. Please, sir, please. It's... Well, goodbye, Korea.
Amen.
Well, how do you do, Mrs. Davis?
Mrs. Davis? But where's the... That is, what happened to the...
I might as well confess, Mr. Conklin. Mrs. Davis drove the patrol wagon down here because that's what was purchased as our new school bus.
Our new school bus?
Your new school bus?
It's a dilly-whacker. Clang, 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 clang.
Oh, please, Mrs. Davis. Knowing how Mr. Stone feels about outlandish conveyances, I can only say I'll take it back tonight,
You'll
Mr. Stone.
do nothing of the kind, Miss Brooks. I'll admit I was furious with Jason Brill when I heard he bought a patrol wagon, but, well, this afternoon he showed me just what the students at Clay City High did with it. And honestly, you'd never recognize it.
Well, if that's the case, wait till you see what we do with our patrol wagon. I'm sure Miss Brooks has dozens of ideas on the subject. Hundreds of ideas.
I got 1,000,000 of them. First, we can remove the top.
Remove the top. Good.
Then we'll take the bars out of the side.
Take out the bars. Get rid of the bars. Good. Get rid of the bars, yeah.
Then we can use those 2 gallons of red paint just acquired by the shop class. And then... Oh, before I continue, Mr. Stone, there's one thing I'd like to know.
Well, what's that, Miss Brooks?
Where do you stand on fire engines?
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks will let us in on another episode in their life as a teacher at Madison High next week at the same time. Join us.
Yes?
Good afternoon, madam. I'm your Fuller brush man. I have a full line of... Well, just like I said, I got a brush.
Yes, it's Red Skelton, the Fuller brush man himself, co-starring with Janet Blair in the radio premiere of his rib-tickling Edward Small Columbia hit, another Screen Guild Players First, brought to you by the makers of Camel cigarettes. How mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see. Yes, prove for yourself how mild Camels are. In a recent coast-to-coast test of hundreds of men and women who smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days, noted throat specialists reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Thursday night, Screen Guild night. And here's the wildest, zaniest comedy of the year. The Screen Guild players take a deep breath and open the door for The Fuller Brush Man, starring Red Skelton and Janet Blair.
Car 48, calling police car 48. Come in, Monahan.
Monahan, car 48. What's up, Sarge?
Get over to the park. Fire reported.
Forget it, Sarge. Nothing to it. It's just that new street cleaner, Red Jones. He's got a fire going in his trash cart.
Well, what's he doing with a fire in his trash cart?
He's cooking breakfast for his girl.
How about that, Ann? Breakfast in the park. You know, with me, a girl never knows what to expect, and I usually disappoint him.
Oh, this is wonderful, Red. But I have to leave soon. Mr. Wallach is driving me down to the office.
Oh, that guy. The way his eyes drool when he looks at you. Even his eyelids pant.
Oh, he's not that bad, Red. And besides, he is a very successful Fuller brush man.
Successful. He couldn't sell memberships in a pyramid club. And I'm going to have to tie something around your finger to make you remember to forget that guy. Here, take a look. I bought it. $18.
An engagement ring. Oh, Red.
Oh, well, don't cry, Ann. Gosh, I know you have to look twice to see the diamond once.
Oh, please, Red. Please don't joke.
Oh, I'm not joking, Ann. You know how I've always felt about you. Gosh, I fell in love with you the first time I ever saw you.
I know. That's what makes it so hard, Red. I'm sorry, but I can't accept your ring.
You can't?
Well, you see, you aren't ready to take on a wife. I know you try, but you go from job to job.
Oh, I've had this job for 3 weeks.
Yes, but how long will it last? Look at all those other jobs, Red. The time you drove the bus. That only lasted 3 days.
Well, that wasn't my fault. I was trying to get the passengers to the rear of the bus, and I forgot to watch where the front was going.
And before that, you worked as a plumber's helper. 1 week.
Well, that was the plumber's fault. He handed me the blueprints and told me what pipes to connect.
And so hot water came out of the gas logs. Mm-hmm. It's always the same, Red. Something always happens and you lose your job. Now, look, you've got to settle down and get somewhere. Be someone before you can think of marriage.
Be someone, huh? Like Keenan Wallach?
Well, yes, Red. He's very successful. Oh. And Mr. Seward, our district manager, says that...
Hey, Ann, come on, we're late.
Speak of the devil.
I'll see you later, Red. We'll talk some more.
Well, Ann,
Hey, Red, I see you're still wearing your white ducks, huh? Well, quack, quack.
How can a clean-looking guy like that have such a dirty laugh, huh? Well, I might as well go dump this trash can now. This is the end, I guess. My whole life's finished. Ended. Done.
Look out!
Hey, you didn't have to take me so seriously.
You idiot! You imbecile, you! Look at what you've done to my car.
Well, look what you've done to my trash can. You can't tell them apart now. You all right, Commissioner Trist? Commissioner Trist? Head of the street cleaning department?
Exactly.
Gee, I've always wanted to meet you, Commissioner, working in the same department and all. My name's Jones.
As of this moment, your name is Mud.
Huh?
You're fired, you understand? You're through.
Oh, now, Commissioner, let's not get hasty now. Good men like me are hard to replace. Why, it might take, hours. Remember now, you want to keep your streets clean. There are a lot of rubbish collects on them, you know.
You're telling me. Go ahead, Robert. Let's get out of here.
Careful, there's broken glass there. You got a blowout. Smell that California air.
Well, the same old story, Red. Fired again.
Yeah, and I'd been up for pension in 20 years, too. But, Ann, it wasn't my fault.
Oh, it never is. Look, Red, I've been thinking, too. Maybe you've had the wrong kind of job. Maybe if you went into business for yourself, as your own boss.
Oh?
Became a fuller brush dealer, an independent businessman.
Me, a fuller brush man?
Sure.
Oh, gosh, Ann,
Hi, Ann.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wally.
Hi, Red.
Hi.
How's the curbstone chiropodist?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Don't bother. It's in all the papers. Headlines, too. Commissioner Trist escapes injury in car crash. Say, I hope you got his license number.
I got it all right on my chest. They got a new kind of bumper now. When you hit anybody, a stamp comes down and says, killed in California. Just the same, the accident was good for me, and now I'm going to be a fuller brush man.
A what?
Oh, of course, we're counting a lot on your help, Mr. Wally.
No, wait a second.
Oh, really, I'm sure that Red will make good, especially if you show him how it's done. And then let him try a few houses for himself. Oh, please.
Well, okay. But it's like watering a weed with champagne.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wally. Come on, Red, it's my lunch hour. I'll go get my hat and gloves.
Okay.
Say, this could be pretty good for me. Try a few houses, huh? I know just the ones. That street up off the avenue. Door-to-door poison for any peddler. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, is this going to be fun. Okay, Red, take any house on this street. You sure you remembered everything I showed you?
Absolutely.
Oh, Red, I know you're going to do just fine.
Oh.
Hey, you want to bet, Ann? Say $1 million?
Huh, I'll bet more than that.
Okay, a kiss.
That's the deal.
Oh, now, wait a second.
Get going, useless.
I'm going. Now, let me see. Knock lightly, have good appearance, well-modulated voice, friendly smile, and... Well, here goes. Gee, maybe I better practice a little. Would you be interested in a hairbrush? Would you be interested in a hairbrush? No, that ain't it. Would you be interested in a hairbrush? Would you be interested...
Interested in what?
Nothing, Baldy. Madam, would you be interested
No.
Mister, would you...
No!
Lady, would you...
Yes?
I'll bet you would. That ain't what it says, but it'll have to do. Gosh, this is getting pretty tough on Ann. Well, I might as well tackle the next house. Let's see. It says name Charmley. Charmley? Well, I hope she is.
Hello, Miss Shomley speaking. Grant? Well, it's about time you called me back. Say, what does that pea brain in the casting office mean? I'm not alluring enough for the part. Look, I brushed off more men than the porter at the Waldorf. Just a minute. Now listen, Grant. Just a minute.
Must be Gorgeous George's mother.
Grant, you tell him I want that part, that's all. How do you like that? Not alluring enough. Gosh, I wonder, can I be slipping? Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm your Muller plush plan. Want to buy a brush?
Well, come in.
Hmm?
Sit down.
Oh, nice place you got. Thanks.
My, you have lovely hair.
Yeah?
Can I run my fingers through it?
Oh?
So nice and curly.
Yeah, you keep that up, you're going to straighten it out. What I came to see you about, Miss Charmley, is, well, I'm your Fuller brush man.
Oh, you can call me baby.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to show you some of our newest baby brushes. I'd like to show you some of our newest brushes. Baby.
Oh, nice.
Oh. Well, this one here, couldn't use a shaving brush. No. This is one of our new friction shower bath brushes. You see, don't stand so close, please. See, you attach this nozzle to the faucet, and then you turn the water, and it comes out the...
How interesting. Mm-hmm. I might take one of those.
Oh, fine. That'll be $2.
If you demonstrate it.
Well, sure. Well, demonstrate it? Well, you see, this is a bath brush. Supposing I come back Saturday night.
When I ask men to do something, they usually eat out of my hand.
Yeah, well, I've had my lunch.
Men can't get me out of their blood.
Yeah, well, this is no time for a transfusion, believe me.
Kiss me. You're no different from all the others. All men follow me like sheep.
Yeah, well, not me.
Like sheep.
Not me.
Mm.
Oh. Oh, well, another door, another bell, another bunion. Well, what have I got to lose? I'll try it.
Yes?
Oh, good afternoon, madam. I'm your Fuller brush man, and I'm trying to be. See, I got a lot of brushes here. I got some your husband's going to love. That's if you've got a husband.
Well, yes, but Mr. Triss is talking business with his friend, Mr. Croxton. If you care to come back.
Well, that's the most encouraging thing. Mr. Triss? You mean Commissioner Triss?
Why, yes.
Boy, do I pick 'em, huh?
Well, if you wish to try again later.
No, thanks. I ran into your husband once today, and I wouldn't like to do it again.
Ran into... Oh, you must be that street cleaner.
I'm the boy with the trash
accident.
can. I'm the accident.
He was very angry, wasn't he? I know he growled about it all through lunch.
Yeah, you know it must be tough on you, feeding him raw meat 3 times a day. Well, I guess this doesn't...
Oh, is it that bad?
Yeah, kind of bad. It cost him a girl a fortune in lipstick. Gee, if I'd have sold a brush here, why, I'd have won a bet, a girl, and, well, maybe a job.
Perhaps you still can.
How? Oh, you mean you'll buy a brush?
Well, it's the least I can do to make amends for my husband.
Oh.
How many brushes do you have to sell?
Only one. I mean 10. Now, I'm sure you can use 10 brushes, couldn't you?
Scores. I'll take 10 of those bristle combs.
Well, by strange coincidence, I have exactly 10 of them.
I was sure you had.
Darling.
Yes, dear. It's my husband.
Oh.
Who was at the door? Who?
Oh, it's you, Gorgeous George's mother.
Why? I thought I told you to stay out of my way.
Yeah, I know.
Now, darling, please.
You stay out of this here.
No, she's right, Triss.
You too, Crookston. Stay out of this. I'm going to show this fool that I... What's that? The lights. Who turned on them?
Heath, turn on the light. Heath? where in heaven's name is that butler?
I'm right here, Mrs. Trist. I'll turn on the lights.
Well, I can't imagine what... Oh.
He'd get some water. She's fainted. Hey, what's this all about? First the lights go out, and then she pops off and passes out. He got drunk and passed out. Look at him. Or is he taking a nap on that floor? A little nap wouldn't hurt that rug, believe me.
Hello, operator.
Oh, he ain't breathing.
Get me the police. Oh, hurry. I want to report a murder.
Murder?
Well, they can't do a thing until the police arrive, so we'll use that time to talk about smoking. How mild can a cigarette be? Smoke Camels and see just how mild a cigarette can be. Yes, test Camel mildness for yourself. Find out for yourself what noted throat specialists reported in a recent coast-to-coast smoking test. In this test, hundreds of men and women smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days, an average of 1 to 2 packs a day. Their throats were examined each week by the throat specialists. And after 2,470 careful examinations, the doctors reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. That's how mild Camels are. Try Camels. If at any time you're not convinced that Camels are the mildest cigarette you ever smoked, return the package with the unused cigarettes to the makers of Camels, and you'll receive its full purchase price plus postage. Yes, try Camels. And remember, Camels by the carton are the best buy. Camel Cigarettes now present Act Two of The Fuller Brush Man, starring Red Skelton and Janet Blair. It's murder, and the police have already swung into action. At the home of the late deceased Mr. Trist, Lieutenant Quint of the Homicide Squad is beginning the investigation.
There were 4 of you in the room when the lights went out. Now, one of you stabbed Gordon Trist through the heart and hid the weapon. We haven't found the weapon yet, but we will. I thought that first I'd give you all a chance to talk.
At a time like this, who feels like making conversation?
Jones, you had a run-in with Mr. Trist this morning, didn't you?
Yeah.
I understand he fired you.
Well, yeah, but I didn't kill him.
What did you do when the lights went out?
Well,
What did you do?
I hid in the piano.
You knew that Mr. Trist didn't like you. What were you doing in his home?
Well, I was selling some brushes to Mrs. Trist. Go ahead, ask her. She'll tell you herself.
Mrs. Trist?
I never saw him before in my life.
Oh!
We always feed our jailbirds well. Go on, Jones. Have some more turkey.
Now, look, Lieutenant. You look here. I'm looking and can't find it. Wait, I got it. Look, Lieutenant, I don't want any more turkey. What are you trying to do? Get something out of me or get something into me? You've been firing questions at me all night. I'm still not guilty, and I'm not very hungry.
Oh, go ahead. That turkey can't hurt you now.
No.
It's dead. Just like Mr. Trist.
Yeah, now, don't say things like that. Now, look, I didn't kill Mr. Trist, and I don't like your a la carte insinuations.
Oh, come now. There's no need to get upset.
Upset? Oh, I'm not upset. I'm not.
Not one little bit?
No, not one little bit.
Well, then tell me, why are you putting that turkey wing in your lapel?
I'm on the blue plate special.
I came right down, Lieutenant. When Mr. Wallach said you called him, I decided...
she thought she'd better come along.
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry to bother you, but this Fuller Brush kit had your name on it, Wallach. Is it yours?
Yes, it's mine. I lent it to Red Jones.
Why?
That's what I'd like to know.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. This is Mr. Seward, our district manager.
Yes, and in all my years with the company, we've never before been associated with scandal. Just look at these newspaper headlines, will you? Fuller Brushman says buy or die. Door knocker. Door knocker knocks off reluctant customer. Can't you do anything about this horrible publicity?
You better take that up with Jones. Ferguson.
Yes, Lieutenant?
Bring Jones in here. I'm letting him go.
Letting him go? After what he did to Fuller Brushes?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Seward. It was all my fault. I know now how useless it was.
Well, thanks, Ferguson. You got to come over to my place and sleep sometime. Oh, hello, Angie. I'm sorry about all of this. It wasn't my fault, really. Now that I'm going to be a Fuller Brush man, things will be different, boy. I'm going to be the best thing that ever hit Fuller Brushes. It might be just the opposite. Come along, Wallach. What's everybody so touchy about?
Oh, nothing. Just the same old thing. Red Jones has done it again. Mr. Trouble. Oh, dependable. I always expect the worst from you, Red. And you never let me down.
But, Ann, it wasn't my...
Don't say that again. Don't ever say anything to me again.
Right, now her, too.
Say, Jones, who gets his fill of brush kit?
Might as well be me. I'm always left holding the bag. Just a minute. Gee, maybe it's Ann. Maybe she's changed her mind. I'm coming. Just a minute. Hiya, honey. Oh, gosh, Mrs. Triss.
Let me in, please, quick.
Well, now, look, sis, I don't know what you want to buy, but this time I ain't selling.
You must believe me. I'm only trying to help you.
Oh, sure. Trying to help me get a fast ride down that last mile. Why didn't you tell those cops that you bought those brushes?
Because they suspect us both.
They do?
If they knew we'd met before, they might think we were in this thing together. And we are in it together, even though we're innocent.
Yeah.
We must work together.
Yeah.
Stick together.
Yeah? It's going to be tough walking that way. Well, how about my girl? Will you tell her you bought those brushes from me?
Of course.
Oh, good. Well, now you stay right here. Stay where you are. See, I hope she's not out with Wally. I hope she's not home with Wally. Well, here. Hello. Hey, Ann, look, honey, can you come over to my place right away? Oh, but Ann, you got to. Look, Mrs. Triss is here, and she wants to tell you something. Okay, honey, I knew you would. Hurry, will you? Yeah, she's coming right over, Mrs. Triss. Then you can tell her the truth. And... Hey, what are you doing messing around my fuller brush kit?
Oh, just looking at the brushes. They're wonderful.
Yeah, they are. They're nice. Hey, what's this bristlecomb doing here? I thought I sold all of those to you.
Well, as a matter of fact, you only left me 9. That one must be mine, too.
Oh, well, take it. But don't forget to pay me for them. You dig up the cash and I'll dig up some food. Neighbors next door are acting up again. I'll dig up some food. Boy, am I hungry. They serve a wonderful meal down at the jail, but they spoil your appetite first. Hey, come on, you can help me. You know anything about boiling onions?
This is the kitchen?
Yeah, it's kind of small. It used to be a telephone booth before the housing shortage.
The doorbell.
Well, gosh, that's funny. It couldn't be Ann. She couldn't get here that fast.
You go and answer it. I'll stay in here. And remember, no one must know I'm in the place.
No, okay. Yes?
Good evening, Mr. Jones.
Oh, you're that butler, Mr. Hurst. You're Triss's butler, aren't you, huh? Look, I'm awful busy, old man, so would you please hurry and go away?
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. I'm coming in.
Okay.
Now then, where is Mrs. Trist?
Mrs. Trist?
I know she's here. I followed her.
Oh.
I had a feeling she was in on this some way. The doorbell.
That's funny. That's what everybody said.
Quick. I mustn't be discovered here.
Why not?
Don't you ever go to the movies?
Yeah.
In a murder mystery, they always suspect the butler.
Oh.
Where can I hide?
Well, in there, in the kitchen with Mrs. Trist.
Thanks. I'll do as much for you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Just a minute. Boy, what a spot for a hot dog stand, huh? Hello.
Your name, Jones?
Goodbye. Guy out there with a gun. Oh, it's a good thing this door's locked. Say, how'd you mugs unlock that door?
Professional secret, Mr. Jones. Stitch, is it in that full of your brush kit?
Not here, Jiggers. No sign of it.
Okay, start looking.
Well, look, anything I can help you with? You're kind of noisy for people I haven't met. Look, you're wrecking my apartment. What do you want?
Came up to buy some brushes, Mr. Fuller.
Be quiet about it, will you? I don't care about you breaking my furniture, but don't break my leaves, please.
The doorbell. Who's that?
I don't know. At this point, I could use a little prompting from the audience.
We'll go and wait in the kitchen.
Oh?
You get rid of whoever it is.
Oh.
And don't try any funny business.
Oh, I won't.
This gun is loaded.
So is the kitchen.
Come on, Stitch.
Oh, goodness. Coming. I'm going to make a deal with the bus people. You watch.
Hello, Jones. Am I intruding?
Lieutenant Quint. Oh, well, come in, Lieutenant Quint. Gee, I'm sure glad to see you, Lieutenant Quint. Oh, just loosen up your holster, and... Just take off your gun and make yourself at home. for them once I miss them, you know. Well, I'll guarantee I'll never be back here again.
It doesn't look much like home right now.
Oh, I feel right at home, though. I changed the furniture around, some of the lines, too, by the way.
I'm sure it looked better the way you had it.
Oh, no.
You're positive I'm not intruding now.
Oh, no, I was just spending a quiet evening alone with some of my joke books.
Well, I wouldn't leave you alone with my joke book.
The doorbell. Oh, doggone it, now they got me saying it. Excuse me, will you, Lieutenant? Yes.
Red, I just...
Anne, darling.
Oh, Lieutenant Quinn, you still think Red killed Mr. Trist? Lieutenant, how can you be so blind? Why, Red never harmed anyone in his life.
Say, let's get this straight, miss. Are you with him or against him?
With him when he's in trouble.
Ain't that wonderful? I'm always in trouble.
Red, where is she? You said Mrs. Trist was here. Lieutenant, that ought to prove something to you.
Mrs. Trist?
Well, she thought I said Trist, and I said Prist, Mrs. Prist. She's the woman with the underslung jaw. Her husband married her so he'd have an ashtray. The bottom part comes out and the top part recedes. It goes back so far she has to put her lipstick on from the back.
Well, that's very interesting. And,
you're supposed to be serious. Just not laugh this now.
And what did Mrs. Prist come here for?
How should I know? Who could understand her?
Listen.
If anybody says doorbell, I'm going to scream.
Yeah, well, I better answer that myself. Oh, it's you, Ferguson. Get anything?
Your hunch is right on the beam, Lieutenant. We got 4 of them. They were coming down the fire escape.
Who?
Mrs. Trist, the butler, and a couple of finger men.
Hey, well, that's impossible. They're out there in the kitchen. Come on, I'll show you. Hey, Mrs. Trist, will you please come out and tell my girl what you... Hey, everybody's gone.
Oh, relax, Red. You're off the spot.
Oh?
Oh, you really mean that, Lieutenant?
Sure. We've dug up quite a bit about Mrs. Trist and that Cruxton guy.
You mean the fellow that was there when the old boy got murdered?
Uh-huh. He shared a lot of business interests with Trist. He also hoped to share his wife. They got so pally they forgot to be smart. No, there's no question about the case if I could only find the murder weapon.
Well, let's tear the rest of the place apart. Hey, what am I saying, anyhow?
Hey, Red, what's that funny smell in here?
Smell? I started to say it may be the script, you know. It must be that coffee pot. Mrs. Trist started to make some coffee. It's been boiling all this time. Come on, let's just empty it out. Hey, look. What's that?
It's one of our brushes. Hey, that's very strange. It was in the coffee.
Wait, I got it, Anne. Look, this handle, it's soft. It's been out of shape. And the way it was before, it was sharp and pointed.
The murder weapon.
That's right. Whoever killed Trist hid this brush with the other brushes in my kit and then came here tonight to get it.
That adds up to Mrs. Trist. Why, she didn't even want me to know she'd even bought one of those brushes.
Yeah, but what about the 2 mugs with the guns?
Oh, they've talked enough already. They were hired by Cruxton. He was in on it, too.
Yes, but the butler, where does he come in?
We just threw him in to make the plot tougher.
Oh, Red, I'm so glad you stayed.
Well, that's fine. Now we got some unfinished business.
Hmm?
And you remember all those kisses Wallach gave you yesterday?
Well, what about him?
Well, you wouldn't want to keep his kisses, would you? Come on, gal. Hand them over.
No, Red.
I wrote the ending myself. Pretty good, huh?
Our stars, Red Skelton and Janet Blair, will return to the microphone in just a moment. How mild can a cigarette be? Prove to yourself how mild Camels are. In a recent coast-to-coast smoking test, hundreds of men and women smoked Camels and only Camels for 30 days, an average of 1 to 2 packs a day. Noted throat specialists examined these smokers' throats each week, and the doctors reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Try Camels in your T-zone, T for taste and T for throat. See how Camel's choice tobaccos, properly aged and expertly blended, give you rich, full flavor and cool mildness. Yes, see if Camels don't suit your T-zone to a T. If at any time you're not convinced that Camels are the mildest cigarette you ever smoked, return the package with the unused cigarettes to the makers of Camels, and you'll receive its full purchase price, plus postage. And now that we've all caught our breath again, here's a final word of thanks to our stars. Red and Janet, I can't begin to tell you how much fun we've had.
Well, why not start in the middle and work your way backwards? Seriously, Vern, I've always had a soft spot in my heart for the Screen Guild players.
So have I, Red, because this program supports the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house and hospital. And it's a real privilege to share in that work.
I feel that way, too, Janet. So I've been waiting and waiting for them to ask me to be on the show, and then at last, you know what?
What?
They do it.
Well, some other people are doing it, too, Red. Every week, the makers of Camel cigarettes send free smokes to servicemen's hospitals all over the country. And this week, among other hospitals, free Camels are being sent to Veterans Hospital, Topeka, Kansas, United States Army Station Hospital, Fort Lawton, Washington, and United States Marine Hospital, Fort Stanton, New Mexico. Happy smoking, fellows. Your cigarettes are on the way to you now with the compliments of Camels.
The Screen Guild players are directed by Bill Lawrence. The adaptations by Harry Cronman. Remember, Thursday night is Screen Guild night. And next week, another great picture with two of your favorite stars. Walls of Jericho with Cornell Wilde and Claire Trevor. Be sure to listen.
The Fuller Brushman, based on a story by Roy Huggins, was presented through the courtesy of Edward Small Columbia Pictures, whose latest release is Walk a Crooked Mile. Red Skelton will soon be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, Neptune's Daughter. He can also be heard on his regular Friday night Procter & Gamble program over this same station.
For fun and hilarity, don't miss Camel Cigarette's other great show over this same station. Tomorrow night, the Jimmy Durante Show with Alan Young. Thursday night is Screen Guild night. Greatest stars and greatest stories by Camel Cigarettes.
This is NBC, the national...
Yes, they spell Camel. Your taste will tell you about Camel's rich, full flavor. Your throat will welcome Camel's cool mildness. So draw up a chair for tonight's show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Where in the world have you been? And just look at your face. Where did you get that black eye?
Hey, but I got that black eye in a restaurant down the street.
How could you get a black eye in a restaurant?
Oh, they had a sign over the counter that said, ladies served here.
Yes.
So I ordered a blonde.
Oh. Oh, I see. You were injured in the fracas.
Well, me in the fracas?
Yeah.
Not me. I was stuck between the vestibule and the kitchen.
Why do you always go around and get into fights?
Oh, no.
You're in no condition for that, Lou.
Who's asking for this?
You.
Who is? At least they're escaped. So am I, Abbott. When I woke up this morning, I felt like jumping out of bed and taking an ice-cold shower. Then I felt like punching a bag. Then I felt like skipping a rope. Then I felt like taking a 10-mile hike.
And what did you do?
I stayed in bed until the feeling went away. Up to my Uncle Artie's Stebbins farm and help him pick strawberries.
Well, now, that's very commendable. But you must be careful picking strawberries or you'll get poison ivy.
No, I won't. I got a system. The minute I get up to Uncle Artie's, I'll wrap myself up in a tar paper bag. Then I'm going to hang myself in the closet.
But you can pick strawberries. That's right.
I know, but I can't get poison ivy either.
You know, talking to you, Costello, is a waste of time. You know that, don't you? You're an imbecile.
And I think you're an imbecile.
And I say you're an imbecile. Now, just a minute, boys. What's all the arguing
now,
about?
You keep out of this, Niles. It's just between us imbeciles.
How do you expect to get along with people? How do you expect anyone to like you?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Well, you certainly are. Mrs. Niles will be here any second. And just watch what you say. Try to be decent for once.
Okay, Abbott.
Now, hey, quiet. Here she comes.
I heard that remark, Costello. I didn't say anything, Mrs. Niles.
Oh, that's
Honest,
right.
I
That's
didn't
right.
say anything.
Costello,
I'm trying to be so nice.
Absolutely, Mrs. Niles. He's not going to insult you. He's going to be a good boy. Aren't you, Lou?
Yes, Mr. Abbott. That's the key, Mrs. Niles. I sure am glad to see you. And by the by, is this you talking? Did you ever collect the insurance for the accident you had?
Well, I didn't have an accident.
Don't tell me you were born with that face. No.
What did I say?
All right, Abbott, I'm sorry. Go ahead, wash my mouth out with soap. I said a bad thing. I'm a cad. I'm even lower
were holding a contest to see which comedian had the most empty space in his head. So? Well, one comedian had 2 square inches of space, another had 5 square inches, and another had 10 square inches of empty space in his head.
I'll bet you didn't see my head there.
See it? That's where they were holding the contest.
You certainly told him off that time, darling. Oh, you're so refreshing. You're my little grapefruit.
Oh, no, dear. You're my little grapefruit.
Oh, but you're my little grapefruit.
Oh, I insist, dear. You're my little grapefruit.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard from a couple of old squirts.
Come on, get it.
There you are. Now you've done it again, Costello. Now, the only way you can square things is to buy a farewell present or a gift for the entire cast. Abbott, don't talk so loud. That's what you'll have to do.
I did that very thing this morning, Abbott. I bought farewell presents for everybody on the show. I got some candy presents still at the pop-up store.
Why are you talking so low?
I bought them in the basement.
Oh. Stop whispering, Costello. What kind of presents did you get?
I got a big box of candy for the boys in the band.
Yes?
And Connie Haynes and Mr. and Mrs. Niles and everybody. Just look at it, Abbott. Isn't it fine-looking candy?
For heaven's sake. I've never seen such big pieces of candy. What are they? Chocolate-covered bananas. You dummy. I should have known better than to trust you to buy presents for the cast. Now we're in a fine pickle. Where are we going to buy anything at this late hour? Oh, come in. Come in.
I always come in handy.
Well, look who it is, Costello. Our old friend Kitzel, the salesman.
Oh, could be, yes. Well, how do you do, Mr. Costello? I haven't seen you in a long distance. You're just the man I'm looking at. And you're just the guy I'm looking at, Kitzel. You know, you showed me an electric razor 2 weeks ago, and it's no good.
Oh, Peacepox, no good.
No, Peacepox, it's no good. Well, for your information, my little man, that was not an electric razor. That was a riveting machine.
A riveting machine?
Yes, sir.
No wonder every time I shave, it hammers my whiskers in and I have to bite them off with my teeth. Never mind that, Costello. Look, have you got anything to sell us today, Mr. Kitzel?
Have I got anything to sell?
Yes.
Boy, now you're talking my language, if that's possible. Why, I've got here...
He's lost.
No. Today I'm in the mansion business.
What was that?
I'm not lost.
What are you in?
I'm in the mansion business.
The mansion business?
Yes, anything you mention, I got it.
Oh.
I got a beautiful line of musical instruments. I got trombone, saxophone, a violin, a trumpet.
Wait a minute. Have you got a fife?
Yes, and a couple of keys.
No, you don't understand. A fife is a long, skinny thing.
Yes, that's my fairy.
Oh,
wait a minute, Kitzel. Yes. We don't want no music listeners. What else have you got in your sample case? Wait a minute. Have you got a potato clock? A potato clock? Mm-hmm. Doesn't he talk a peculiar angle?
Yes. Costello, don't be silly. What in heaven's name is a potato clock?
Well, you wind it up when you go to bed, and it gets you up potato clock. You are potato clock.
Forget it, huh?
Boy, I don't like her. Oh, excuse me, my line. Come on, come, Kitzel. Open that sample case and get out those presents. Don't push me. What am I, a baby terror?
Look, Mr. Kitzel, we have no time for foolishness. What have you got to tell us?
What have I got to tell you? Why, in this little circle, I got gold rings, earrings, hair rings, cufflinks, stud-links, golf links, and bobblinks, sports suits, suede shoes, braces, multitudes, clocks, stocks, and smocks. Not to mention tech suits, swimsuits, blue suits, and your suits, top coats, sport coats, overcoats, banana guts, bow ties, silk ties, home ties, rail ties, sweats, shirts, assorted, nurse, and a tiddly I between warranty.
Connie Haynes with a lovely new hit tune she introduced on our program some time ago. It's called To Heaven.
To heaven, one never dreamed I'd kiss an angel, but darling, here you are, in an overcoat of moonbeams, buttoned with a star. I'm thrilled to have heaven, just feeling it touch my heaven. I love you so much, and while our lips are making memories, this moment is divine. I keep you heaven, and both of them are mine. I'm thrilled to have heaven, just feeling it touch. Oh, my heaven, I love you so much. And while our lips are making memories, this moment is divine. I keep you heaven, and both of them are
Where are you going? Well, as you know, I have a baseball team. By the way, Costello, why don't you come along and play on the team? You mean it? Sure, why not? That's a good idea, Abbott, but I don't think I know any of the players. I mean, after all, you see, some of these guys on the team I'd like to know. Well, if I'm going to join your team, here we go. Well, I'll introduce.
Go, Abbott. I'd like to know what's again.
I'll introduce the boys. You're supposed to do that.
You tell me who's playing on your team.
You know, strangers may seem to give these ball players nowadays very peculiar names. You know, like Dizzy Dean and
His brother Daffy?
Daffy Dean.
I'm your cousin.
Who are you?
Goofy.
Goofy, eh?
Yep.
Well, now, let's see. We have on the bags, we have who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third.
That's what I want to find out.
That's what I'm telling you.
Go ahead.
Who's on first, what's on second. I don't know who's on third.
Are you the manager?
Yes.
You know the fellow's name?
Well, I should.
Well, who's on first?
Yes.
I mean the fellow's name.
Who?
The guy on first.
Who?
The first baseman.
Who is on first?
What are you asking me for?
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Who is on first?
I'm asking you who's on
That's
first.
the man's name.
That's whose name?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who?
The guy on first.
That's it.
That's who?
Yes.
Well, go ahead and tell me.
Who? Who is on first?
Have you got a contract with the first baseman?
Why, certainly.
Who signed the contract?
Well, naturally he signed it. It wouldn't be any good unless he signed
Now,
it.
let's who signed it?
Absolutely not.
So who signed it?
He did.
He did.
No, positively.
When you pay off the first baseman every month, who gets the money?
Every dollar of it. After all, I mean, the man worked for us.
He did.
Yes.
Who did?
Absolutely.
So who got the money?
He did. Sometimes his wife comes down and collects it.
Whose wife?
Yes.
All I'm trying to find out is what's the guy's name on first base?
Oh, no. What is on second base?
Who's on second?
Who is on first?
One base at a time.
Well, don't change the players
I'm
around.
not changing anybody. I'm asking you, what's the fellow's name on first base?
What's the fellow's name on second
I'm
base?
not asking you who's on second.
No, who's on first?
Who's on first?
That's right.
Okay. What is the fellow's name on first base?
Listen, what is the fellow's name on second base?
I'm not asking you who's on
Who
second.
is on first?
I don't know.
He's on third. Now, we're not talking about him. That's the time we get.
How did I get on third base?
Well, you mentioned his name.
If I mention a third baseman's name, tell me who's playing third.
No, who's playing first?
Never mind first. I want to know what's the guy's name on third.
What's on second?
Who's on second?
Who's on first?
I don't know.
He's on third.
Third base again, huh? Let you and I stay over there and don't go
Now,
out.
what is it you want to
Now,
know?
who's playing third base?
Why do you insist on putting who on third
Who
base?
am I putting on third
Yes,
base?
but we don't want him there.
You don't want who there?
No.
Well, what's the fellow's name belongs there?
What belongs on
I'm
second?
not asking you who's on second.
Who's on first?
I don't know.
Third base.
base.
Yes.
Have you got an outfield?
Yes.
The left fielder's name.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought I'd ask you.
Well, I just thought I'd tell you.
Tell me who's playing left field.
No, who's playing first?
What's on first?
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base. Yes.
And the left fielder's name?
Why?
Because.
Oh, he's center field. You know these players as well as I do.
Have you got a pitcher on a team?
Wouldn't this be a fine team without a pitcher?
The pitcher's name.
Tomorrow?
You don't want to tell me today?
I'm telling you, man.
Go ahead.
Tomorrow.
What time?
What time what?
What time tomorrow you going to tell me who's pitching?
Now listen, who is not pitching?
I'll
Who-
break your arm, you say who's on the first.
All right, have it your own way.
I want to know what's the pitcher's name.
What's on second?
I don't know.
Third base.
You got a catcher?
Yes.
The catcher's name.
Today.
Oh, the catcher's name. Today, huh? Yeah, fine. You know, I'm a catcher too, you know.
So they tell me.
Now, I'll get behind the plate. I'll do some catchy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and the heavy hitting is up. Home run, Freddie Ritchie. Now,
Is he a home run hitter?
Freddie Ritchie?
Yeah.
He's a here.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Now, home run, Freddie Ritchie. He gets up to the plate. I'm the catcher. I get behind the plate. I'm doing some fancy catching. Tomorrow's pitching on my team, and he throws the ball. Freddie Ritchie punches the ball. Now, when he puts the ball, me being a good catcher, I want to throw Freddie out of first base, so I pick up the ball and throw it to who?
Now, that's the first thing you've said right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
That's all you have to do.
Throw it to first base.
Yes.
Now, who's got it?
That's right.
If I throw the ball to first base, somebody's got to get it. Now, who has it?
Naturally.
Who has it?
Naturally.
Who has it?
Naturally.
Naturally.
Mm-hmm.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to naturally.
I know, you don't. You throw the ball to first base. Then who gets it?
Naturally.
That's different. Now telephone.
So I pick up the ball and I throw it to naturally.
You do nothing of the kind.
I throw it to who?
Naturally.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not saying that.
I throw the ball to first base.
So who gets it?
Naturally.
Well, tell him that.
Naturally gets the
No,
ball.
he don't. Who gets it?
Naturally.
Well, say it.
I'm saying it. I asked you. Who's got it?
Naturally.
Now ask me.
Who's got it?
Naturally.
All right, tell him.
Same as you. Now I throw the ball to first base. Whoever it is drops the ball, and Rick runs the second. Who picks up the ball and throws it to what? What throws it? I don't know. I don't know. Throws it back to tomorrow. Triple play.
Yes.
And another guy gets up and it's the wrong fly ball to be caught. Why? I don't know. He's on third, and I don't give a darn.
What? What was that?
I said, I don't give a darn.
Oh, that's our shortstop.
Wait a minute.
all the excitement?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
Oh, good night, folks. Good night, neighbors.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, try Camels in your T-zone. See if they don't suit your taste, your throat to a T.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
This is Jim Doyle in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camels. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hand. H-A-N-D.
Really?
You bet your life.
It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, a comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
Louder, please. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $1,500 for one of our couples. Who's first, George?
Well, Groucho, we have a young married couple for you. They volunteered just before the show started. So, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Lieutenant and Mrs. Irving Pusis, eh? Lieutenant, what kind of a name is Pusis?
It's a Polish name.
Oh. What part of Poland are you from?
I was born in Portland, Oregon.
Is that behind the Iron Curtain now? Mrs. Pusis, huh? What is your first name?
My first name is Kelly.
Kelly, huh? Kelly Pusis, huh? Is that anything like Kelly Pool?
Well, I don't know. What is Kelly Pool?
What is Kelly Pool? Well,
yes.
That's something that you play with little numbers, and everyone gets a number. And if you hit the ball that corresponds to this little number, well, that's Kelly Pool.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. I used to be a bum on Vine Street. That's all I ever remember. How old are you, Lou?
29.
29. What branch of the Army are you in?
I'm in the medical corps, Groucho. I'm a doctor.
Oh, you're a doctor.
Yeah.
I should have known you were a doctor. Isn't there some symbol on your uniform there?
Yes, you can tell by my caduceus.
Well, if you keep your head tilted back, nobody will notice. Now, what is the caduceus?
Well, the caduceus is the symbol that stands for physician.
Oh, I see. I've seen that symbol. It's a picture of a man in a white coat endorsing cigarettes, isn't it? No, actually, that man you see endorsing cigarettes is an actor, you know, whose medical background consists of a card, an actor's equity, and 2 aspirins. Now, tell us, what does a caduceus look like?
Well, you can see it here on the lapel. It's a staff with the wings on the top and 2 serpents entwined around the staff.
That's all very plain. Next time I see a caduceus, I'll run for my life. I notice you've got some ribbons on your clavicle. We stole that from February and Molly. That's their favorite word. Could you tell us what some of them are for, those
The red one, Groucho, is the Bronze Star. The middle one is the Korean campaign with the 3 battle star campaigns. And the end one is the United Nations ribbon. The top is the Combat Medics badge.
No. You got the Bronze Star, huh? Well, Kelly, I know most veterans are fairly modest. Would you tell us why he got a medal?
Well, the Bronze Star was given for his tour of duty in Korea. One of the incidents was the work that Irv did on Pork Chop Hill, where he worked 3 days and 3 nights without sleep.
You know, there are a great many heroes in battle in addition to the men who do the shooting. And I think we got one of them right here. Put it there, kid. Well, you're a charming couple, and I wish you lots of happiness. And now let's play You Bet Your Life. Now, we've added an additional gimmick tonight. If at any time you feel that you have enough money or that you have more money than you feel the other couples are going to get, you can quit without jeopardizing what you have left. Is that clear? You selected sports, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
50.
50. Who is called the Dean of American Sports Writers?
That be Henry McLemore?
No, he's a good one, but it's Grantland Rice.
You lost half of your original bankroll, which was $100, so you now have $50.
Now, which question do you want?
60.
60. What team won the 1952 and 1953 professional football championships?
Detroit Lions.
Detroit Lions is correct.
You now have $110.
Now, which question do you want?
70.
70. What do you call the man who calls the cadence on a rowing team?
toxin.
That's right.
You now have $180.
Now, you can quit now. You can go ahead.
We take the 80.
80, all right. Who holds the world's pole vault record?
Paul Richards.
No, I'm sorry. It's Cornelius Warmadan.
And you wind up with $90.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the Dakota Plymouth dealer. George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we invited some women who work for a specialty store to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Ruth Mitchell and her partner, Mr. Paul Searles, as an interesting occupation. So, folks, if you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Ruth Mitchell, that's you. Where are you from?
I'm Magnan Company in Los Angeles.
Oh, Magnan's, huh? You were born in Magnan's department store? I didn't know they delivered, huh? I presume you were born in the infants department, huh? I meant, where are you from originally?
Well, I came here from Denver.
Denver?
When I was 3 years old.
Oh, I see. Huh? Do you have a husband?
Yes, I do.
You do.
Been married to him for 31 years.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't look old enough to.
Oh, I'm a
I thought you were 31. You were a grandmother.
Uh-huh. I have 3 grandchildren.
Is that so? Gee. I didn't know that. Then you must have had children of your own, huh?
That's right, lovely son and daughter.
Mm-hmm. Paul Searles, huh?
That's right.
I better be pretty careful how I talk to you. You must be over 8 feet, aren't you?
Oh, no, only 6'3".
Is that so? Where's your home, Paul?
In Washington.
Washington? Another homeless Democrat, eh?
Oh, in the state of Washington.
Oh, well, Washington's in an awful state right now, you know. What part of Washington are you from?
From Tootle, Washington.
I beg your pardon. What was that again?
From Tootle.
Well, why do you tootle? There's nobody on the track here. Nobody's tootled at me for years, you know. Well, stop tootling, Paul, and tell me where you're from, huh?
I'm from Tootle. We have a population up there of about 50 men and hundreds and thousands of deer and elk.
Is that so? What sort of work do you do up there?
I work for Weyerhaeuser Timber Company. I'm in the saw sharpening department. We sharpen the saws to cut the trees with.
Oh. Is that a pretty big outfit, the Weyerhaeuser or whatever it's
One
called?
of the biggest in the world.
Is that so? Never heard of them, huh?
You haven't heard much.
No. You know, there's a quiz later, you know. You're jeopardizing this woman's grandchildren, huh? How did you happen to become a lumberjack, Paul? Were you fond of toothpicks as a child?
Oh, no, I am fond of saws. I started with a saw when I was just a boy.
Are you pretty handy with a saw?
Oh, I think so. I've held the world championship with a hand saw for the last 21 years.
Wait a minute. Here's $50 for you and $50 for you, Paul. You said the secret word. I forgot. What was it? What was it?
Hand.
Hand. Oh, I didn't know. Congratulations. Well, tell us about this saw thing, huh? You say you won the world championship with a hand saw?
That's right.
Oh, that's quite an achievement, isn't it, huh?
Well, we think so. That is our...
How long does it take to saw one of those big logs in two? And what is the circumference of one of those logs?
My best record this year was on a 30-inch log. It took me 1 minute and 17 seconds to cut that in half.
You sawed it in 1 minute and 15 seconds?
1 minute and 17 seconds.
I sawed a putty cat the other day. Huh? That's pretty fast time, Paul. You're not Paul Searles. You're really Paul Bunyan, huh? I want to ask you, why do you keep cutting the trees down if you're so crazy about them? Riddle me that.
Oh, so you'll have a chair to sit on?
Well, I have a chair to sit on. Why do you have to keep on cutting the trees down?
Well, you've got to have a house to live in. You've got to have paper to read. You've got to have doors, windows, everything that's made out of wood. You've got to have them. If it wasn't for that, you wouldn't have all these articles.
I live in a cave.
Well, you've got to have a door. We'll make a wooden door for it.
No, I use a rock at the front door. And I write hieroglyphics on the wall, on the stone. After a while, I'll show you my bear skin, huh? Not you. I'm talking to Paul over there. You keep out of this. You're a grandmother. You may be a lumberjack, old boy, but I'm far from stumped. Now, what are you doing for conservation? Isn't it true that our forests are being denuded?
No, it's
Right?
not. It is not. Absolutely not. We are going all out for conservation. We plant trees as we cut them. The wind blows the seed all over.
What do you mean? You plant the same tree that you cut?
No. We plant seeds, or natural reforestation comes from the seed of trees that are still standing. We cut in blocks. We'll leave a block of timber standing, and that will be reforested on what we have cut. If that doesn't do the job, the squirrels, they help us out. They'll go out and pack a little seed around and dig down and bury it, so they'll have something next winter. Sometimes they forget it, and that grows into a tree.
A squirrel grows into a tree?
Well, I don't think so, but his seed does.
And they think those squirrels are nuts, huh?
Right.
Well, Paul, I'm glad to know that the big lumber companies are doing something to preserve the forests for the future. And it's a very important part of our whole heritage, and we should take good care of it.
That's right.
I would like to go on talking to you two, but it's time to win some money. Now, you win more than our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money.
In the race for the $1,500, Lieutenant and Mrs. Pusis won $90, and the secret word is hand.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected the animal kingdom, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. 60?
60.
All right. What is the name of the small lizard that is able to change its color to match its surroundings?
Gila monster?
Talk it over.
Chameleon.
Oh, that's right. Chameleon, I think, is the way.
You now have $160.
Now, what do you want?
60.
And remember, this time before you talk up, one answer between you.
Okay.
Or I may have to chop you down.
Okay.
What is it, 70, did you say? All right. What is another name for the one-humped camel?
A dromedary.
That's right. A dromedary is right. You now have $230. Now, what is your pleasure? You can quit. You can go ahead.
80.
80? Okay. What is the word for the young of geese? What are baby geese called?
Gosling.
Goslings is right.
You now have $310.
100.
100? All right. What kind of animal is a merino? M-E-R-I-N-O. Come on, time's a waste. If you don't know, take a guess.
It's a rectal rat.
No, it's a sheep.
Sheep? Oh.
Yes.
Well, you lost half of your bankroll, so you wind up with $155.
Well, that's not too bad. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth deal.
Thank you,
George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have an Irish housewife and a man with an interesting occupation for you now, and they're coming in right now, I believe. Mrs. Abby Donovan and Mr. Ward Kimball, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Abby Donovan, you're the Irish housewife, eh?
That's right, Groucho.
Which part of Brooklyn are you from?
Well, I'm from County Cork, Ireland.
You're from County Cork, eh? Well, I haven't pulled one of those out of a bottle in a long time. How long since you left the old sod?
Well, it's about 30 years.
30 years. How old were you when you left?
I was a little girl, Groucho.
Full of the old Irish blonde, yeah. I've got a little Irish in me myself, you know, huh? I had an Irish stew for lunch today. Let's see, who are you again?
Ward Kimball.
Ward Kimball. Where are you from, Ward?
Originally from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Uh-huh. Somebody out there from Jacksonville, huh? Why did you leave Minneapolis?
Well, it got too cold for us, so we came to California.
Well, I came to California because it got too hot for me. Who do you work for, Ward?
Walt Disney.
You work for Disney? Oh, I thought your face was familiar. Are you the duck or the mouse?
No, I'm an animator and director out there.
Oh, a director? Oh.
Real director.
Keep my mouth shut. I may want a job out there. If you ever need a rat, why, give me a ring. What does a cartoonist do in his spare time? Do you have any hobbies, Mr. Kimball?
Well, one of my hobbies, Groucho, is trains.
Trains, huh? Electric or wind-up?
No, I have 3 full-size Baldwin locomotives and 4 big coaches.
In the house?
In my backyard.
You must have a pretty big backyard, huh?
Well, not too big. It's about 3 acres.
Well, you say you have steam engines out there?
Yes.
Well, can you go to Chicago?
No, my railroad is only 650 feet long.
Well, what's the idea of having a full-size railroad that won't go to Chicago? I don't understand that.
Well, I tell you, one of the railroads was selling one of its passenger coaches, which was 40 feet long, for $50, and so I bought it. You see, I can't resist a bargain.
You paid $50 for this coach?
$50.
You know what Notre Dame just paid for that coach? It's called the Irish Mail. They have a coach there. But tell us about some more about your railroad, boy.
Well, we call it the Grizzly Flats Railroad. My wife calls it the White Elephant Line, but she goes along with it.
But you couldn't go to Chicago in this, huh?
No, we couldn't go to Chicago.
Wouldn't it be cheaper to just go on the train and go to Chicago than have all this stuff in the backyard?
Well,
how much money have you got tied up in this folly out there in the backyard, huh?
Well, I paid $400 for the big locomotive. That's 40 feet long, and I paid...
You know what? You can go to Chicago in the Santa Fe for about $70. You'd have saved $330 right there. And your wife would have had some respect for you, and you'd have been in Chicago. I just don't understand you at all. What do you do for excitement in the... Now, you have a full-size railroad.
I play the trombone.
I was only trying to be funny. Don't pay attention to me. Do you play in a band, or do you play for the amusement of the neighbors?
Well,
I assume by this time I've fairly decided opinions about you. You play it on the train, or...
No, I play with a jazz band. I'm the leader and first trombonist of the Firehouse 5+2.
That's a very famous musical outfit, isn't it? Why do you call it the Firehouse 5+2? I never did understand that.
Because there's 7 of us.
You know, and everybody thought the Marx Brothers were crazy. Well, I must say you're an extraordinary young man, Ward, with a lot of talent. And since you play the trombone, could you whip out a little Dixieland for us here?
Well, I don't know, Groucho. I could try.
You don't
I
have
didn't
a
bring
trombone
my horn.
on you, huh?
No.
George, you think you could swipe a trombone from the orchestra out there? Don't wake any of them up. Be careful when you go out there.
I'm surprised you only have one trombonist in your orchestra.
I'm surprised any of them show up. Now, Abby, do you think you could contribute anything to this extravaganza we're getting up? Do you sing or dance?
Well, I could dance a little Irish jig.
An Irish jig?
Maybe the Irish washerwoman.
Have you ever played the Irish washerwoman?
That's a tough one. That's like playing the bee or something. Trombone.
Well, you see, if you'd have gone to Chicago, you'd have picked that up. Well, warm it up a little. That's enough. Could you give us a reasonably accurate facsimile of the Irish washerwoman?
B flat, boys.
If the boys played with you, huh? All right, downbeat, Mr. Kimball, huh? Send us to Chicago, huh? Boy, that was wonderful. And Abby, St. Patrick would be proud of you if he was here today. With that firehouse music and that Irish dance, we just chased all the snakes out of Los Angeles. Well, I'd like to pursue this conversation. The time has come to make some money.
In the race for the $1,500, the lumberjack and his partner are leading with $155.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected a movie quiz. And remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. All you have to do is beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big money. And you can quit any time you want, or if you think you have more than the other couple.
How about now?
You can even quit now if you want. Oh, don't forget, you have a starting with a bankroll of $100.
I'll stay.
That's your nest egg. All right, now, what question do you want? A $10 one, 60, 80, 100? Take your choice.
Well, I think we ought to start about halfway, $50.
All right, Olivia de Havilland has an equally famous sister. What is her name? Talk it over. Remember your partners.
Well, let's see. Boy, I know it. She's American. Yeah.
Well, it's Joan Fontaine.
Oh, yeah.
And if you'd have got out of that backyard once in a while, you can't pick up things like Joan Fontaine riding around a fake engine in a backyard. I tried it. Now what do you want to go for?
You've lost half your bankroll. You now have $50.
Boy, my kids are going to sure laugh at me.
I hope they laugh at me. They don't. I'm in a fine fix. $40. $40. Who played the monster in Frankenstein?
Boris Karloff.
That's right, Boris Karloff.
You now have $90.
You now have $90. And what do you wish to try?
We'll take a crack at that 61.
You take a crack at the 61? Yeah. It is very nice. Walter Disney. Oh, you dirty crook.
That's all right. I won't know the answer.
Walt Disney made a feature-length cartoon that included such characters as Jiminy Cricket, Figaro, and Stromboli. Figaro! What was the name of this picture?
That's so easy, I hate to mention it. Pinocchio.
Pinocchio is right.
You now have $150.
You have $150. Do you wish to continue or do you wish to cease?
Let's try that $70.
70? Burt Lancaster made a picture that was filmed in the Fiji Islands. What is the name of it? Talk it over.
Crimson Pirate.
No, His Majesty O'Keefe.
And you wind up with $75.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And that means that the lumberjack and his partner with $155 in just 1 minute get the chance of the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question. Friends, most people like to do things the easy way. That's why you'll enjoy driving a new DeSoto automatic equipped with DeSoto full-time power steering. When you turn the steering wheel of a car equipped with ordinary steering, it is actually your muscular strength hauling your wheels around. But DeSoto full-time power steering takes over to do literally all of the work for you, to make turning those wheels a lot easier. And I hope you've noticed I say DeSoto full-time power steering. That means it works for you all of the time, not just some of the time, as some other power steering units. But DeSoto full-time power steering goes to work for you as soon as you start your engine. Doesn't cut on and off, as do other types. Wait until you park with DeSoto full-time power steering. You'll find it actually makes parking a cinch. So visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow and try DeSoto full-time power steering for yourself. It's another one of the many reasons why we say DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto Automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto Automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth. Now here's the winning couple, Groucho, the lumberjack and his partner, all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $1,500 question.
Well, Paul, here's your chance to chop down $1,500 here. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Let's see how well you remember recent history. In January of 1952, a freighter sank off the southwest coast of England, after a heroic 12-day effort by our captain, Henry Carlson, to save her. For $1,500, what was the name of Captain Carlson's ship? Talk it over.
Don't you remember reading about it? In England, after the Bay War, they tried to moor it and
Remember all about it.
All right, what's the answer you two have decided upon? Take a guess.
It's a Norwegian name.
It's
of
the
boat.
Flying Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Well, that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. Well, you lost the big money, but how much did they win the quiz, Joe?
Well, they won $155 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $2,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding 1954 DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth. Two great new cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Traffic control begins at your wheel. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. and Mrs. Victor Gook and their son, Mr. Rush Gook. Vic and young Rush are established on opposite sides of the library table and until a moment ago briskly played at rummy. Sade, however, has just issued a news bulletin completely paralyzing the game. Listen.
Why, I thought you'd be delighted. And look at your faces. Jaws dropped down on your chest 9 feet.
I don't see why my jaw should drop. Matter doesn't affect me.
Affects all 3 of us.
I beg to differ.
Well, this is astonishing. I'd have bet my shirt you two fellas would dance around the house with joy. What's eating you, Mary Sunshine?
Nothing.
Sitting there so glum a person would think you'd lost your best friend. You're not overjoyed at the prospect of having your own garden?
It's already my garden, huh? Only been in the family 6 seconds, and already it's my garden.
Somebody knocked me over with a feather.
What prompted this sudden surge of generosity on Miss Harris's part?
Somebody knocked me over with a feather.
I don't mind helping around a garden once in a while, but I don't want an entire garden hung on my neck.
Somebody knocked me over with a feather.
You said that.
No joking. I thought you fellas would jump up and down, you'd be so glad. I thought men and boys love puttering in gardens.
I love puttering around in gardens, but
to a reasonable
tough job to take care of a great big one.
I'm not going to be able to...
Well, we've got it now.
Don't forget, I have to work all day long, and I'm not going to crawl around all night long.
I accepted it from Miss Harris and thanked her for it. It's ours. This summer, we raise our own vegetables.
Miss Harris's unprecedented outburst of
Miss
generosity.
Harris is good as gold.
Miss Harris is probably better than gold. However, one wonders why...
Somebody knocked me over with a feather.
You've made that observation several times, Sadie.
I think I'll make it again. Somebody knocked me over with a feather. Here I come dashing home with the idea I was bringing the dandiest news in town. People look at me as if I'd made the announcement the world was coming to an end.
Your dandy news hardly involves me. I'm gainfully employed at the Consolidated Kitchenware Company. At the end of each day, I'm weary and in need of relaxation. I can't see myself grubbing around in the dirt. I can't see myself wielding spades and pitchforks and crawling on my hands and knees.
The bullet that choked Billy Patterson.
Okay. The bullet that choked Billy Patterson.
Why, how many times have we sat out on our back steps of an evening and watched people up and down the alley working in their vegetable gardens? And how many times have you made the remark you'd give anything in the world if you had a vegetable garden to work in?
I doubt if I ever made a remark that strong.
Billions of times.
My powerful craving for a vegetable garden never reached such proportions.
Well, we got a vegetable garden now. Yes, sir.
Mom, I have rather elaborate plans for this coming summer vacation, and I don't
I'll bet you have. You're the party that astonishes me, Rush. I had the wild notion boys were crazy about having their own garden.
My own garden already, huh?
A bullet that choked Billy Patterson.
You might also reiterate the sentiment about somebody knocking you over with a feather.
Yes, somebody knocked me over with a feather.
You haven't as yet explained why Miss Harris decided to abandon agricultural pursuits on her own hook and relinquish her fertile acres to us.
Because she'll be busy this spring and summer. Expects to take another roomer. And she's not as young as she used to be anymore. Hard work tells on her easy.
So she generously...
Said we could have that ground she's been using for a garden all these years. Miss Gook, she says, you people get the good out of it. And it was perfectly lovely of her, too. I said, Vic and Rush will jump out of their hides. They'll be so delighted to have a garden of their own. Didn't expect to come home here with my news and see these sour faces.
Somebody knocked me over with a feather.
Yeah, somebody knocked me over with a feather.
That's a monstrous big chunk of ground over in her backyard she's been using for a garden.
Yes, it is. Very lovely and large.
Individual just about killed herself digging and spading it up.
Miss Harris is still alive, and she cultivated that chunk of ground every summer for 15 years, all by herself. Spaded, planted, hoed, watered, weeded, and everything else. All that on top of taking care of a house full of roomers. There's 3 of us. I imagine we can do it and survive.
When do people start gardens?
I don't know. When do they?
I asked you.
Spring, ain't it?
Haven't the slightest idea.
I think there's crops you plant in spring. Be something for us to inquire about. Won't it be fine to have our own homegrown vegetables on the table?
The very thought of such ecstasy unmans me.
The very thought of any work unmans you.
My work is at the offices of the Consolidated Kitchenware Company. I hardly contemplate a change this late in life. Tilling the soil is an honorable occupation, and I have nothing but the greatest respect for it. But at the same time, I don't...
See, I got my job cut out for me. Willie, don't you think it'll be fun having vegetables on the table you've raised all by yourself?
Raised all by myself is probably 100% correct.
Radishes, onions, beets, lettuce, turnips, parsnips, cabbage, rutabaga.
Peanuts, sauerkraut, cigars, cotton, wheat, barley, sugarcane, popcorn, asparagus, and butterfat.
Very, very funny.
Spinach, round steak, and bed linen.
Very, very funny.
No, but seems to me Ma Harris's dainty gift is a little on the white elephant side.
Just what do you mean by that?
She hands us what amounts to a 90-acre farm and sweetly suggests we break our backs turning over 40 square miles of rich, fertile earth.
The stretch of ground along Razor's Gums fence there, I don't believe, takes up 90 acres. I also doubt very much if it's 40 square miles.
Plenty of territory, though, Mom. Holy smoke, take a guy a week to spade it all up.
Miss Harris spades it all up. A frail little woman.
Since when was she frail?
Frailer than she used to be.
Yeah, faded away to a ton.
At any rate, she's a woman.
I'd say.
And she managed to spade up that patch of garden year in and year out. Be funny if two monstrous big men like you two couldn't do it.
I don't mind so much the idea of a garden, Mom. If it was decent size. Take Miss Husher's garden now.
You mean where she grows them sweet peas?
Yeah.
That's your speed, huh?
Yeah.
Ever notice that little smidgen of ground where Miss Husher puts in sweet peas?
Yeah.
About the size of that hall carpet there.
Sure. Miss Harris's darn garden's about the size of the state of Indiana. Another thing is, we'll have to put out a lot of money. We got no hoes and rakes and spades and pitchforks.
That's another lovely thing. She's going to lend us hers. Hoes, spades, shovels, pitchforks, sprinkling cans, and the whole works. And of course, in order to balance up the ledger, we'll be expected to do a few favors on our side.
Split the crops, huh?
Exactly. And is that any more than fair? We'll give her all the lettuce, radishes, and onions and dope she can use.
Miss Harris, old sock, here's your cut. 9 olives, 6 cranberries, 11 mushmelons, 14 seashells, and a nice spare tire.
No, but is it any more than fair?
My suggestion for an equitable solution to the matter is to give Ma Harris her vast acres back on the silver platter.
Oh, no.
Thundersade, we won't be hard up for vegetables this summer. You can buy vegetables at the grocery store for next to nothing. When radishes are in season, you can look in at Croucher's and carry home enough to choke a horse for a nickel.
Sure.
Same thing with onions and cabbage and junk.
Croucher sell a bundle of green onions for a dime you could stuff a mattress with.
What's the sense in spending the fine evenings in the summertime laying on your stomach in the dirt over in Ma Harris's backyard?
What's the sense in breaking your back trying to grow a head of cabbage when you can buy a head of cabbage the size of a piano for 5 cents?
Yeah, and what's the sense
in spending
the
a lot of money
summertime
and time when
just to raise a baby
Might as well save your breath.
Get all the vegetables you can buy.
Might as well save your breath. The matter is all settled.
Don't have to be settled.
Yes, it does.
No.
Yes.
Well,
holy smoke, a guy don't expect to spend a time working all day long at all. Come home and grab...
Shucks.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la-la. Thing that beats me is you fellas taking this attitude. I thought men and boys loved having their own garden. I come rushing over here thinking you jumped through the ceiling, you'd be so happy. And then to see these sour faces.
Somebody knocked me over with a feather.
Yes, somebody knocked me over with a feather.
Which concludes another brief interlude at the small house halfway up in the next block.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And now here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with our guest Arthur Treacher, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy, what's the matter? You sound like you've got distemper. You heard there was a big fight here last night? Duffy, it was nothing. All that happened was, you see, at 12 o'clock I went up to Swede Johansson, and I told him to go home. Well, you know Johansson, he always gets cockeyed on one drink. Usually the 17th. Well, anyway,
anyway, I tell him to go home, so he turns to me, and he tells me to... Well, he made a suggestion. So I politely tell him that if he don't leave the premises, I'll have him ejaculated. So he says, oh, yeah? So I says, oh, yeah. So he says, oh, yeah? So I says, oh, yeah. So he says, you and who else? So I says, me and nobody else. You know, that Johansson don't scare me just because he has that wooden leg. Well, anyway, he unscrews his wooden leg, swings it at me, misses me, and hits Moriarty on the skull. So Moriarty, naturally thinking it was his wife who hits him, picks up a table and he belts her with it. Well, you know Mrs. Moriarty, she's the sensitive type, so she picks Moriarty up and flings him through the window. Well, while he's on his way through the window, Johansson swipes his drink. Now, Cleary, who was also grabbing for the drink, accuses Johansson of being a crook. See? And that's when the fight started. Well, Duffy, don't blame these Donnybrooks on me. Just figure it out for yourself. Anybody will eat in a place like this is just naturally reckless. Well, look, I'll call you back. I got to clean the place up in case of a counterattack. Yeah, okay. Hey, Yasha Panyaslavnik. How do you do? Look, Yasha, in that brawl we had here last night...
Yes?
How many people was malfeased?
Oh, not many, Chief. After it was all over, I counted noses, and there was only 6 missing.
6 people?
No, noses.
Hello? Oh, hello, Callahan. Did we find your what? Uppers or lowers? Well, do you remember where you last had them? In Moriarty's leg, huh? Well, maybe they'll turn up. We're still sifting the sawdust. Okay, Callahan.
Say, Archie, do you remember a customer here last night with thick, brown, wavy hair parted on the side?
Why?
Well, here's his hair. I found it behind the bar.
Let me see. Hey, Miss Duffy, that's Schultz's toupee.
How do you know it's Schultz's?
I can tell by that streak of gray. You know, Schultz worries a lot.
By the way, Chief, there's a letter here for you.
A letter? Let's see. Oh, Kent. Looks like that battle last night had Grim Reaper concussions.
What do you mean?
This letter is from the bank that rents us this building. They're sending a man down here tonight, and I'm afraid they ain't going to give us a new lease for next year.
Not going to give us a new lease for next year.
Why don't you outsmart him, Arch?
Outsmart him? Yeah. How, Finnegan?
Use the old lease for another year.
Look, this is no time for idosities. This is a serious thing. Might mean that Duffy's Tavern will be closed up.
Closed Duffy's Tavern?
Yep.
But, Arch, they might as well take the lights out of Broadway. They might as well take the heart out of Texas. They might as well take the overalls out of Mrs. Mikey's chowder.
Now, Finnegan, don't get over-emotional.
They might as well take the missus out of Mississippi.
Finnegan.
The trees out of Brooklyn. The gravel out of Gertie.
Finnegan, calm yourself.
But, Arch, what are you going to do if they close the place?
What do you mean?
You might have to go back to work.
Look, Finnegan, it ain't going to be that drastic, and if it is, so what? That's life. You got to take the bitter with the sour.
Excuse me.
Huh?
Are you the manager here?
I am that whom. And who are you, pray, sir?
I am the attorney from the bank.
Oh, they sent an attorney, huh? Well, that don't scare me none. I would like you to know, sir, that you are dealing with a fellow shyster.
This I can believe.
Thank you. Now, to get down to business, as I have construed from your letter, your bank is trying to get us to disvacuate, unfranchise, and otherwise dispremisate the said premises. Is that correct, sir?
Well, that's the general idea.
I see, and I suppose you realize, sir, that the law clearly states that the present status of the quo per lease per fiscal remains mandamus until you can prove a delectus necktie.
Now, look, Blackstone.
Huh?
All I know is that we're not going to renew your lease.
And for what modus operandi?
For the modus operandi that this place is a dive, that you're always having riots and fights, and that the place is an absolute disgrace to the neighborhood, if not to mankind.
Come, sir, you're taking advantage of a very shabby loophole. But assuming that what you say is correct, what's your solution?
You can move someplace else.
Move someplace else? But what would our customers do, the regulars? Them fine, loyal, lovely people that have given us their support for years.
They can find your new place.
In air condition?
Now, look, young man, I'm a human being. I don't like to be arbitrary, but anyway...
Well, Archie.
Oh, hello, Officer Clancy.
I hear you had another Donnybrook here last night.
An altercation? Oh, perish forbid, Officer Clancy. The boys was just playing a few friendly parlor games.
What games?
Oh, spin the bottle, puss in the corner.
I saw some of them pusses this morning. Now, Archie, I'm warning you. I don't want no more fights in me beat. I'm not getting any younger, and when I'm away from home, I want a little peace and quiet.
Mm-hmm. That's enough for me. That settles it.
Please, sir, give us one more chance. I guarantee you there won't be no more fights. If anybody so much as lifts his little finger in here, I'll crack him over the skull with a bung starter.
All right, we'll give you one more chance. If there's the slightest disturbance from now on, we're going to close the place.
Okay, sir, and thank you very much for the reprisal. Hello? Hello, Duffy. What? Well, I just got a new lease on life, and Duffy, I got an idea. Well, you know what? The Treacher's coming down here again tonight. And to give this joint some class, see, I'm figuring we'll hire him as a front man. What? Look, Duffy, maybe you think he's a bum, and maybe I think he's a bum, but... the fact that he's British gives him class. Huh? Is his accent real? Look, Duffy, if he was any more British, he wouldn't be able to talk at all. And with a high-class, dignified guy like him working here, it'd give us a tea room atmosphere, you know. Tea room, you know, where the palms is potted instead of the customers. Okay, I'll leave you know.
Listen, Archie.
Yeah, Miss Duffy.
If you want to make this place high class, what's wrong with making me the hostess?
Well, nothing except what we're trying to do is make the place a little more refined.
You mean to tell me that I ain't refined?
You heard me. You ain't refined.
I ain't refined. I ought to bust you in the snoot with a plate.
All right, so you're refined.
Not only that, but there's something about me that when there's other people around me, they act refined, too.
What do you mean?
Many's the time some uncouth fellow will follow me on the street and whistle at me. But the minute I turn around, they look at me and say, "Oh, pardon me."
Miss Duffy, will you keep out of me business here with all this talk?
Archie, I'm an American citizen, and Patrick Henry fought to give me freedom of speech.
Okay, so go talk to Patrick Henry.
Okay. The nerve of that jerk. Me, not refined.
Before we continue with the high-class proceedings here at Duffy's Tavern, lend an ear to the well-known team of Crosby and Hope.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Chesterfield always takes first place. That mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste. So open a pack, give 'em a smell, then you'll smoke 'em.
Yasha, what are you laughing at?
Such a funny joke a customer's just telling me.
What's the joke?
This will kill cockrum.
What's the joke?
You want to know?
Yes, I want to know.
Shall I tell her?
Yasha, tell me, what's the joke?
Well, one day a man goes into a butcher shop and asks for a job. So the butcher says, you want a job? So the man says, well, how much do you pay? So the butcher says, $3 a week. So the man says, I'll take it. So the butcher says, can you dress a chicken? So the man says, dress a chicken on $3 a week?
Who told you that crummy joke?
The customer there in the corner. Say, Chief, I'm just thinking, maybe we could give him a job here telling jokes.
Why?
To stop the fights.
You think telling jokes like that would stop fights?
Most of course. It would keep the customers' minds off the food, anyway.
Well, okay, call the guy over. That bank threatening to close this place. I want to try anything to stop the fights around here.
Well, Chief, here he is. Happy Dan, the minstrel man.
Hello, Happy.
Glad to meet you, old pal. Yes, sir, glad to meet you. Let it rain, let it drizzle. Happy Dan will make things sizzle. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as the man said when he walked into the morgue, hello, everybody. Yes, sir, that's just a sample. And speaking of marriage, there's many a man who lives by the sweat of his frow.
Hold it, Happy. Joe Hanson, put down that wooden leg.
The other day, my brother-in-law happened to say to me, Happy, where were you born? I said, Texas. He said, what part? So I said, all of me.
Cut it out. Harrigan, put down that brick.
Sorry, Bud, you missed me. Speaking of food, I was out to my uncle's fruit farm last summer, and I said, what do you do with all the fruit you grow? And he said, we eat what we can, and what we can't, we can. You get it? What we can't, we can.
Throw the bum out.
Quiet, everybody. Dan, take to the hills. Quiet, everybody. You want to get the joint finished?
Archie, you took the words right out of me mouth.
Wait a minute, Officer.
You heard what the bankman said.
But look, Clancy.
No alibis, Archie, and this is your last warning. If there's any more trouble, I'm going to dispossess you for the bank, arrest you for the police, and belt you one for myself. And that's final. Goodbye.
Hey, Chief, Ain't that Arthur Treacher coming in?
I say, really. Forgive me, I say, but I can't control myself.
Treacher.
Yes, buddy. Dear.
Well, it must be a good joke. Tell me, what is the...
It's a joke I just heard as I was going home when I was coming in here. You know what it is? It's awfully good. You'll love it. You'll simply love it. We eat what we can and what we can't. It's awfully good. Listen, wait a minute. Oh, you'll die laughing yet. What we can't, we put up in tins.
So you like that joke?
Oh, yes, Archie, yes. I find your American humor simply riotous.
Well, anyway, I'm glad to see you again. You know, you was just here last week, and it ain't often that a guest repeats on us so soon.
Yes, I suppose it does seem rather odd revisiting a filthy hole like this. But you see, I am a criminal.
A criminal?
Yes, I am a criminal returning to the scene of the grime. You see, crime, grime. Get it? Oh, it's awfully good.
I got it, but it's too hot to handle. Look, Treacher, no intent's offended, but I think I like you better when you sneer.
Well, that's jolly decent of you, old man. One might say that I built my sneer into a career. I say that's awfully good.
One might, but leave us let one not, huh? Now, I'm glad you came down, Arthur, though. You see, I've got a proposition for you.
Just a second, old boy. Isn't that Mr. Duffy over there?
Duffy where?
Oh, no, of course not. It's the moose head.
What made you think it was Duffy?
Well, it was such a stupid-looking moose.
I see your point, but confidentially, Duffy ain't got no antlers. Now, like I was saying...
Mr. Treacher, would you please decide an argument between Archie and me? Now, you see, the question is...
Miss Duffy, please.
You keep your big fat yap out of this. The question is, am I or ain't I refined?
Well, old girl, it's hard to say. I haven't had that question put to me since the Duchess of Kent slapped me over the head with a wet salmon.
Mr. Treacher, are you inferring that I am or I ain't refined?
He's inferring that you're a wet salmon. Now start swimming upstream and get out of here. Now look, Arthur, what I started to say was we want to class up this joint, and I figured with a dignified stuffed shirt like you, acting as a front man...
Now, just a second, old boy. You want me to be the Boniface of this costermonger's caravanserai?
Vaguely, that's the point, yeah. And with you here as the head costermonger, it won't have to be such a canverancity, you know? So what do you say? We'll pay you $3 bob and tuppence per fortnight, and we'll guarantee you absolute authority. You're the complete boss of the pub.
I'd be the boss?
Absolutely. You can kick the rest of us around all you want.
The situation is beginning to sound very intriguing.
Thank you.
When do we start?
Anytime you want.
Very well. Turn around.
Preacher. Cut out the jokes and get to work, will you?
Very well. Now, first I would like to meet my staff.
The staff. Oh, very well. Hey, staff.
How do you do?
But, Archie, where are the waiters and the busboys?
How do you do?
Well, what about the scullery maids and the wine stewards?
How do you do?
Well, we'll do the best with what we have.
How do you do?
Now, the first thing I will require is that we place clean tablecloths on the tables.
Clean tablecloths? Preacher, this is only March.
Archie, I have complete authority. Now, you young lady.
Me?
Yes, if you're going to work here, you will please stop chewing gum.
Why?
Because it ain't refined.
Funny you should mention that. My mother always says the same thing.
What?
Mother always says, Miss Duffy, she says, stop chewing. You're not a cow.
Well, all I can say is, stop chewing. Archie?
Yeah?
Get a pail and mop.
A pail and a mop?
Yes, and scrub the floor.
Me scrub the floor? Holy cow, I'm afraid I've created a frankenfurter. But Arthur, it shall be done.
Tanya Slavnik?
Yes?
Get a broom and sweep those cobwebs off the ceiling.
Sweep the cobwebs off the ceiling?
Yes.
Who goes near the ceiling?
The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter.
That treats you the way he's kicking us around, we'd be better off if the bank dispossessed us.
Attention, everyone.
Yes.
teacher.
The Duffy's Tavern improvement class will now come to order.
Class? You mean we're going back to school?
Precisely. I am the teacher, and you are the pupils. Now, I notice that the spelling on the menus is atrocious. Archie, how do you spell filet mignon?
Simple, F-I-L-L-Y.
F-I-L-L-Y, that's a horse.
At Duffy's Tavern, you take what you can get. Next question, please.
How do you spell hors d'oeuvre?
What's that?
Hors d'oeuvre.
Arch, I think that's them horses doing.
Oh, that's the same thing. F-I-L-L-Y.
No, Archie. That's a different kind of a horse.
Oh, let me see. Hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah, I'd like to take a belt at that one.
Very well, Finnegan.
Horses doovers. H-O-R-S-D-O-E-U-V-R-E-S.
Correct!
Finnegan, how did you know?
I didn't. I just took a wild guess.
Teacher's pet. What was that? Teacher's pet.
Thank you, I'd love to.
Mr. Duffy, you're in school, not in the Bijou balcony. Proceed ahead, Mr. Treacher.
Our next subject is etiquette.
What's that, Arch?
Etiquette, that's manners, like not biting your toenails in public. What's the question on etiquette, Mr. Treacher?
Well, when you make change for a customer, what do you say to him?
Well, me, I always say, hey, look at that sign across the street. And when he turns around, I shortchange him.
And what about you, Miss Duffy?
Oh, I'd love to. And what about you?
I'm asking a question. When you're making change for a customer, what do you say to him?
Oh, I say, thank you very much, sir. Why don't you call again real soon?
Miss Duffy, we are making change, not the customer. Now, Yasha, Tanya Slovnik.
How do you do?
When a customer gives you a tip, what is your response?
When a customer gives me a tip, I am bowing my head and saying, new here, ain't you?
Just a second now, Treacher. You're supposed to be the front man here. Now, leave us ask you a question. What would you do, for instance, if a high-class customer like Machine Gun Van Smythe or Deems Taylor walked in? How would you greet him?
Well, I think it would be appropriate to tell Mr. Taylor that I admired his commentary on Beethoven's Fifth.
Beethoven's Fifth what?
His Fifth Wife, you jerk.
You are thinking of Henry VIII.
That's a symphony.
Okay, so it's a symphony. What's that got to do with Deems Taylor?
Which Deems Taylor? The Fifth or the Eighth?
Beethoven's Eighth.
Please. The class will come to order.
Hey, teacher, I just made up a poem.
What's the poem?
Swimming in the river, rowing in a boat. We got a teacher that's a skinny old goat.
Finnegan, I heard that. Archie, hand me that bung starter.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Hold still, Finnegan.
Oh! Hey, Treacher, watch out with that bung starter.
And here's one for you, Panya Slobnik. Ouch! Oh, I say, that was a jolly one.
Treacher, what's the matter with you? What's got into you? Johansson, put down that wooden leg. Halligan, put down that chair. Hey, Kelly, put down that beer bottle.
What goes on here?
Officer Clancy, you stay out of this.
Archie, I warned you about these fights, and this is the last time tonight.
Hello, Duffy. He's down. Oh, it's a very quiet night here, Duffy. What are you doing tonight? Going to the movies, huh? Well, Duffy, if you're on your way to the movies and you pass a saloon with a for rent sign, grab it. Quick.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Yes, a great many families have taken this advice to heart and bought the thrilling RCA Victor 19-inch. Truly the most exciting buy in television. When you buy television, remember that the set you choose will be the very hub of your home for years to come. So, select the screen size you'll really want most. The bigger and better RCA Victor 19-inch pictures are the just right size for family viewing. Big enough to watch from across the room, and yet so clear and sharp you can sit up close. That's RCA Victor's million-proof quality for you. Quality proven in over 2 million homes. Your dealer can show you RCA Victor 19-inch television in a table model, a console floor model, or a combination television radio phonograph. See them, learn why, inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. The best cigarette for you to smoke. By the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Hello? Oh, hello, sweetheart. Of course I love you. Of course I want to marry you. Yes, I know you're waiting at the church, but you'll have to wait another 30 minutes because I'm listening to The Life of Riley.
The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Well, it's lunchtime at the plant where Riley's employed, and that gives him an opportunity to indulge in his two favorite sports, eating and arguing with his co-worker and friendly enemy, Jim Gillis. Right now, he and Gillis are at hammer and tongs on one of their favorite topics, their children.
What's the use of arguing, Riley? You're a good worker, a good citizen, and a good husband. But you just ain't cut out to be a father.
That's what you say, Gillis. But my Junior and my Babs ain't complaining. Junior's been with me for 13 years, and Babs for 16 years. That's 29 years of fatherhood. Don't tell me I ain't cut up to be a father.
Sure, your kids ain't complaining. What good would it do? They're stuck with you.
Yeah? Listen, my kids love their old man. They ain't like your Egbert.
My child adores me.
He does, huh? All I know is I heard that last Father's Day your Egbert went to the zoo and threw rocks at the stork.
Very humoresque. But you don't have to get insulting, Riley. After all, what did I say? I just said you're a big dumb cluck who don't realize your responsibility.
That's where you're wrong. I'm one dumb cluck who does.
Yeah, well, take your junior. Outside of what the law says you gotta do for him, what did you ever do?
Well, Ma was doing things for him, trying to make his life a little easier. Didn't I just buy him a new lawnmower?
I'm talking about his future. Now take my boy. I want him to be a doctor. So what do? I get friendly with Dr. Colliger. And the doc influences Egbert. You see? Now, did you ever go out of your way to meet anybody that would influence your son's future?
You bet I did.
Oh,
his mother.
His mother. She's a nice woman, but she ain't...
Go easy, Gillis. Go easy. Just remember that my son's mother happens to be my wife.
Yes, sir, Riley. I'm a real father. I'm sending Egbert to college. To Harvard.
Harvard? Never heard of it. I'm sending my junior to a real college.
Where are you going to get the dough? I'm laying aside plenty for my boy's education.
Well, I'm going to save up.
Don't bother, Riley. Don't bother. By the time your junior gets out of high school, he can live on his Social Security.
Oh, yeah. I'll pay for his education. But I won't send him to no college what nobody never heard of, neither. I'm going to send him to a swell college like Vassar. And I bet you he'll be the smartest boy there. Hey! Oh, don't let... Hey!
Oh, Riley. Well, what are you so excited about?
Guess what I did today?
What?
I took out an educational policy, the kind that guarantees a college education. Ain't that wonderful?
Well, yes, dear, but remember, you still got 3 more years to go till you finish night school.
Well, Peg, the college ain't for me. My head don't point in that direction. It's for juniors.
Oh, well, that's a grand idea. But I thought a college policy has to be taken out when the child is very young.
Well, yeah, but this agent gave me a special deal. I paid up some back premiums, and Junior will get enough dough to start college 8 years from today.
But, dear, Junior will be ready to go to college in 5 years.
Well, yeah, I know, but maybe with Junior it's better to give him a little leeway.
Now, there's only one thing, dear. How do you know Junior will want to go to college?
What are you talking about, Peg? You'll be dying to go. Hey, Junior!
What is it, Pop?
Come on in here, son. Gee, Peg, this makes me feel good. Can you imagine how proud we'll be when our boy comes home from college and on his head he's wearing his Phi Beta cap?
Did you want me, Pop?
Oh, yeah. Sit down, son. I want to have a little talk with you about school. I got plans for you.
That's funny. I wanted to talk to you about the same thing, Pop. I got plans, too.
You see, Peg? What I tell you? Go on, son. You tell me your plans first.
Well, Pop, I've been thinking, and I want to quit junior high school.
That's okay, sonny, as long as you go to college. What did you say?
I don't want to go back to school this year.
Go back?
Like junior.
Not go back. Peg, let me pinch you. I must be dreaming.
Now, you're going to get an education, Junior. We'll see to that.
Oh, what good is school?
Well, you don't know what you're talking about, Junior. How do you ever expect to get anywhere if you quit school?
Well, Lincoln...
Why, look at Abraham Lincoln.
Well, Lincoln quit school.
He did? Oh, that's just it. If he'd had an education, he'd have gone a lot further.
But, Junior, why on earth do you want to quit school?
I'm sick of it. A lot of fellas I know quit and went to work. I want to go to work, too.
You will not. Look, Sonny, I want you to be something. Now the war's over. The world's got to go on. It's got to improve. That takes leadership. A good education can teach you how to use your brain. I know because I didn't have one.
Junior, you know what your father did for you today. He took out a policy so you could have money to go to college.
Gee, that's swell of you, Pop, but I don't want to go to college.
Junior, how can you say that? Look at the fun you'll have at college. Rooting at football games, dancing at the senior prom, mingling with the maternity crowd.
Fraternity, Pop.
Yeah, them too.
The main thing, college prepares you for a career.
But I don't want a career. I want to go to work.
You will not go to work. You're going back to school.
Oh, please, Pop, I don't want
As long as I'm the head of this house, you'll do what I say.
But I don't want to go to school. I don't want to. Why don't you let me alone?
Can't understand that kid. All of a sudden, he loves work. He certainly don't get it from me. Peg, this is serious. I'll have to do something drastic about it. Do you think I should give him a licking?
Oh, I don't know, dear. After all, Junior's a pretty big boy.
Don't worry. I can defend myself. No, licking ain't the way. I'm going to use psychology.
Psychology?
He wants to quit and go to work. Let him.
Oh, be serious.
No, I mean it. It's the only way to cure him. After working like a dog for a week, he'll come begging to go back to school. There's nothing like psychology.
Oh, what do you know about psychology?
Psychology means when one guy outsmarts another, don't it?
Well?
Well, I've been outsmarted by plenty of guys. Oh, Bed.
Hello, Daddy. Well, you're home early.
Yeah, I knocked off early on purpose. Don't you know what day this is? Today, Junior's bringing home his first pay envelope. I want to be here when he comes in.
Oh, Daddy, do you think your experiment's really going to work with Junior?
Of course it'll work. Tomorrow when school opens, Junior will be there. You'll see.
Oh, Riley, I think you're heading for trouble.
Now listen to me, both of you. I'm not a child, am I? I'm not a moron. I got brains, haven't I? All right, I'll put it another way. I know boys. Believe me, after working in that warehouse for that slave driver, Mr. Brecker, Junior will be cured. He'll love school.
Oh, hope you're right.
You'll see the way he looks when he comes in. Why, he'll hardly have the strength to climb into bed.
Hiya, Mom. Hiya, Pop. Hiya, Bab. Supper ready? Boy, I'm so hungry I could eat a horse.
Putting on an act. Well, Junior, how do you feel after a hard day's work?
Oh, great, Pop. Great. 100%.
You don't fool me for a minute.
You know, I think I'll go back to the warehouse after supper and put in some overtime.
The poor kid's hysterical. Now, you listen to me, Junior.
Oh, see who's at the door, will you, Babs?
You know, Pop, I got a confession to make. When we had that argument last week, I was kind of feeling you out. If you hadn't told me I could quit, I'd still be in school.
See, Riley? You and your psychology.
There's nothing wrong with my psychology. Is it my fault that he don't understand it?
Oh, Mother, it's a parcel for you. The boy's waiting for the $5. Oh, all right. Riley, give the boy $5.
$5? What for?
I got a new hat.
Another one? Well, you just bought a new hat a year ago.
Please, come on, dear. The boy's waiting. Give me the money.
Money. What do you think I am, made of money? Send the hat back, Dumpling. You look much nicer with a nude head.
Well, all right. I really don't like Pat too much anyway. Babs, dear, tell the boy that
Just a minute, Babs. Here's $5 for the hat.
Why, Junior.
And here's an extra quarter. Tip the boy.
Wait, Junior, but I won't let you.
Forget it, Mom. From now on, anytime you need money, just let me know.
Now, just a minute.
Oh, that's okay, Pop. I can afford it.
Now, see, here, Junior. Your father will look after the money matters around here. He's still the head of the house.
Oh, well, I didn't mean...
You heard what your mother said. I'm the head of this house. And in this house, whatever your mother says goes.
Gee, Pop.
And as long as I'm the head, I will pay the bills.
Well, I wish you'd pay the phone bill, Daddy. We got a final notice a week ago.
Don't worry, I'll pay it.
You don't have to, Pop. I paid it on my way home. And here's a receipt. And when next month's bill comes, just let me have it.
That's settled. I won't stand for this kind of interference. For 13 years, I've been paying that phone bill my way. Now he's paying it his way, on time.
Riley, don't get excited.
Junior, I'm putting my feet down. You're acting like the head of the house? Okay. From now on, you are the head of the house.
Oh, come on.
No, I mean it. You carved the roast. You exterminate the ants. You stole the landlord. You're the boss. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. And don't let me catch you smoking.
Now, look here, Riley. We can't let things go on like this. We've got to do something about Junior.
Look, Peg, I know what I'm doing. Let me handle this situation. Did I ever steer you wrong before?
Every time.
Well, once in my life I gotta be right. And this might be it.
Hi, Pop. Say, Mom, I'm getting hungry. How's about some lunch?
Oh, do you want to eat lunch now, Riley?
What are you asking me for? Ask your son. He's the boss around here now.
Oh, Pop, cut it out, will you?
No. You're the boss. When you're ready to eat, we'll all eat.
Give me a break, Pop. I don't want to be the head of the house.
Then will you go back to school?
Well, no. You said I could quit. And all I want to do is keep on working, that's all.
He's going. Quick, give me a sandwich.
Oh, hi, Daddy. Say, what's the matter with Junior?
Oh, your father's still using psychology. I wish we knew where Junior got this crazy idea to quit school and go to work.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. You know Junior's big heartthrob?
Oh, you mean that little girl, that Marilyn Morris?
Yeah. Well, it seems Junior has a rival for her affections. Some rich little squirter comes around with a car and a chauffeur and buys her expensive presents.
Well, what's that got to do with Junior?
Well, Junior wants to make money and be a big shot, too. Isn't that simply nauseating?
Oh, that's the silliest thing I ever heard of.
Mm-hmm. I knew there was a woman at the bottom of this. It's only for a woman that a man will make the supreme sacrifice and go to work.
Riley, I'm going to have a talk with Junior.
Now, Peg, don't mix in. Leave it to me. I started with Junior, and I'll finish him. He'll go back to school. I'll think of a plan.
Say, Pop, there's a fella at the door from a radio program. You know, one of those roving reporters with a microphone.
Yeah.
He wants...
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Hope you don't mind my barging into your house. This is a house, isn't it?
Now, wait a minute, mister.
Now, speak into the microphone, please. That's much better. You have a natural microphone voice. Folks, I'm Happy Harry, representing the Happy Home Builders, builders of happy homes for happy people. Friends of the radio audience, here we are in the living room of another typical American home for a few words with this fine family. Well, suppose we start with the head of the house. Now, tell me, sir.
Just a minute, buddy. I ain't the head of the house.
Oh, but, Daddy, this is your chance to get on the air.
Quiet, Dad. I'll take Junior good. You weren't the head of the house, mister, huh? Well, there he is.
Aw, gee, Pop.
This boy here? Ladies and gentlemen, this is unusual. Here we have a hard-working lad of about 13 who's slaving to keep this happy family together. Now, let's meet these folks. Your name, madam?
Mrs. Riley.
His charming mother, Mrs. Riley. Your name, young lady?
Oh, Barbara Riley.
His lovely sister, Barbara. And your name, sir?
Chester Riley.
And Chester Riley, his grandfather. And now...
Wait a minute. I ain't his grandfather.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Chester Riley, his poor old daddy. Now, let's have a chat with the head of the house.
Aw, gee, do I have to?
Go on, Junior, go on. Maybe this'll cure you, Mr. Working Man.
Sonny, the Happy Home Builders would like to ask you a question. If you were to build a home, name the one firm that could guarantee you the finest workmanship and the lowest prices.
Well, you got me there.
That's right, the Happy Home Builders. And for that frank, honest, intelligent, and unrehearsed answer, I'm happy to give you this check for $25 happy dollars.
Oh, boy, $25. Look, Pop, I just made $25.
What a revolting development this is.
lying down. Don't you feel well?
I feel terrible.
That Junior. You know that $25 check he got?
Yeah.
Well, he rented a car for a date with Marilyn tonight, and he's even hired a chauffeur for $5.
Don't you know I can drive? I mean, that's the trouble with the modern generation. Fancy notions. I hear footsteps. Who's that coming up the front walk?
Where?
There.
Oh, that's your friend, Mr. Odell, the undertaker.
Just in the mood for an undertaker. Don't let him in.
Okay, Dad.
Nope. I better get up. The way I look now, I don't want him to catch me laying down.
Good evening, Barbara, my child.
Come on in, Digger.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, I don't feel so fine. That son of mine, Digger. I tell you, that boy is going to drive me to my grave.
Perhaps I can help. Tell me, what has the little cherub done?
Quit school, and I can't make him go back.
Ah, the same old story. I had a similar problem with my eldest boy, Reefcliff.
What was the trouble, Digger?
I wanted him to go to my old school in Tombstone, Arizona. I hoped he would join me in my business, but he insisted on going to an agricultural college down in Alabama.
Stubborn, huh? Just like Junior.
But I finally convinced him. Son, I said, sonny boy, why go to Alabama and be a southern planter when you can work with me and be a northern planter?
Now he earns a good living out there. Eh?
Ah, yes. He puts away at least 3 figures every week. Tell me, Riley, why does Junior want to leave school?
So he can make dough and spend it on a girl, that's why. So he can maybe move out on us and break his mother's heart. So he
Calm yourself, Riley. Calm yourself. Lie down and let me straighten you out.
I'd rather stand up.
You want Junior to go back to school? Very well. Forbid him to see this girl until he does go back.
Oh, say, why didn't I think of that? Well, gee, Digger, thanks. You pulled me out of a hole.
It's a little out of my line. But glad to be of service.
Thanks again, Digger.
Not at all. I enjoy helping people. Ah, people. Groping their way through the mystery of life. I adore people. They're so gay. Well, cheerio, Riley, you big stiff.
Riley, what's wrong with Junior? He's locked himself in his room, and I think he's crying.
Yeah, I know. I'm teaching him a lesson. I told him he can't see Marilyn until he goes back to school.
Oh, but he had his heart set on this date tonight, and if you're...
Head. My head's settled. And when my head settles, it's like the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, I don't know what we're going to do. If we can't control our own son now, how... Oh, come in.
Oh, well, hello, Marilyn.
Good evening, Mrs. Riley. Is Mr. Riley in? I want to...
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello, Marilyn. Is there something I can do for you?
Mr. Riley, I'm going to be frank. I do not approve of the way you've been treating my Junior.
Your Junior? Listen, Marilyn, let's get one thing straight. I happen to be Junior's father. You're only his girlfriend.
His fiancée.
Peg, did you hear that? Fiancée. She's only 12 years old.
12 and a half.
Oh, pardon me, madam. Now, listen, Marilyn. Junior ain't getting married yet. He can't support you. He's busy supporting us.
Mr. Riley, I think you have behaved shamefully.
Now, just a minute.
You listen to me. After all, I'm your future daughter-in-law.
You sound more like a mother-in-law.
I want to know what right you have to forbid Junior to see me.
Oh, he can see you all he wants as long as he goes back to school.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah.
Well, then why don't you make him go back?
Make him? I tried everything. I reasoned with him. I argued with him. I used psychology. I let him be head of the house. I spoke to his teacher. Nothing worked. What do you want me to do, beat him?
Mrs. Riley, I don't see how you can live with this man.
Oh, Marilyn, it isn't that bad.
I tell you, Marilyn, I can't do a thing with that boy.
Well, I can. I'll get him to go back to school.
Now, let's not be ridiculous, Marilyn. What can a juvenile child like you do that a juvenile adult like me can't?
I'd like to speak to Junior. I think I know one way to get him to go back.
Marilyn, there's no way. It's hopeless.
Please.
Oh, okay, but I tell you it's no use. Junior!
Yes?
Come on in here. You'll soon find out, Marilyn. I know my son.
What is it, Pop?
Marilyn! Marilyn's got something to say to you, Junior.
Junior?
Yes, Marilyn?
You are to go back to school tomorrow.
Yes, Marilyn.
Holy smoke! He said yes. Did you hear that? He said yes.
Oh, Riley, do you look foolish?
How can you say that? I told you I'd get him to go back to school.
You got him to go back.
Well, in a roundabout way. You see, I used psychology. I gave him enough rope until he almost hung me.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog is Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Pine Ridge has recovered from the excitement of the Friday night premiere of Lum and Abner's new motion picture, Bashful Bachelor. And now the old fellows are free once again to take up the problem of how to spend Diogenes Smith's gift of $10,000 to the best advantage for the whole community. During the week, suggestions on this problem have been pouring into the Jot 'em Down store, the person submitting the best idea to win a box of groceries. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum and Abner in their store and library. Listen.
No, sir, I just don't believe there's a single idea here we can use, Abner.
Ain't, huh?
No, I went clean through all the suggestions again, and there just ain't one of them that's got a good idea how to spend the $10,000 for the good of the community.
Well, there's a heap of suggestions there, Lum. Folks brung them into the store all last week.
Yeah, I reckon we just have to figure out what to do with it ourselves after all. I don't know what it'll be, though.
Well, of course, I think Diogenes wanted us to decide how to spend the money anyway, Lum. That's more than likely why he left it in our hands.
Yeah, I know, but on the other hand, he left it for the whole community.
Yeah.
So I sort of want to let everybody get in on the deciding.
Yeah, be better.
Fact is, I felt kind of guilty when I put the money in the county seat bank under our names.
Well, what's wrong with our names?
Well, nothing, except it just appeared like we was aiming on keeping the money for ourselves.
Oh.
I thought about putting it in the bank under the name of the whole town of Pine Ridge, but then I got to realizing that every time we wanted to write a check, we'd have to get everybody in town to sign it.
Yeah, that's right. That'd have to be all for big check.
Yeah, not only that, we'd have to spend so much time getting a check signed, we never could get no project built with the money.
No, well, I'm glad you never done that. Well, let's see. We better start studying what we're going to spend it for. I don't know. How about a big hotel? I thought of that the other day.
No, Sister Simpson would get mad about that, because then nobody'd stay at her boarding house.
Oh, yeah. Well, we couldn't put in a new restaurant neither, because Luke Spears get mad about that. Come to think about it, Lum, ain't no business we could put in without making somebody mad.
Yeah, that's so all right, but I believe you're on the wrong track there, Abner.
Wrong track?
Yeah, I reckon it ought to be something like an orphan's home. Of course, we already got one of them, or
At least the county seat has.
Yeah.
I don't believe we got enough orphans here in town to support one of our own.
No, I don't either. Say, I just happened to think of something. If we study up this idea ourselves, do we get the box of groceries?
Huh?
You know that box of groceries we offered for the best idea on how to do the most good with $10,000?
Oh, yeah, that. Goodness, I forgot about that. Well, no, we can't very well give that to ourselves. That wouldn't look right.
No, I believe folks would get mad about that, Lum.
But as long as we made the announcement over the party line, we'll have to give it to somebody.
Give it to somebody?
Yeah, run through them slips of paper with the suggestions on them. Pick out somebody. Find somebody that's poor and actually needs it.
Just anybody, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's a start toward doing the community some good right there.
Well, let's see. Miss Blevins, Caleb Weehunt, Frank Foster, Grandpa Masters, Ezra C. Strong.
Don't give it to him.
Old Man Quincy, Squire Skin.
Quincy? That's the fella right there. Don't go no further.
Oh, that's right. There ain't a family in this town could use them groceries more than them Quincy's could neither.
Yeah, I'll get him on the phone right now.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. They ain't got no telephone.
Well, just call Miss Barton. She lives close to him there. She can run over and tell him.
Oh, yeah. That's what we can do. What's Miss Barton's ring?
No, I ain't got the least idea. Just see,
Short and along the short, ain't it?
Something like that. You might try that. Yeah, you might try it. Old Man Quincy will just be tickled to death to hear this. Wish I could be there and see him when he gets the good news.
Yeah. More likely this is the first contest he's ever won his whole life.
Oh, yeah. Be surprised. And they can use them.
Hello? Is that you, Miss Barton? Well, good. I weren't for sure about your ring. I never knowed who I had. This is Lum Edwards. Yes, Mom. Oh, well, thank you, Mom. Thank you. She said she thought I was awful good in the premiere of our moving picture Friday. Mom?
Well, ask her how she liked me, Lum.
Yes, baby. Mom?
That's good.
Oh, what I wanted to ask you a favor of you, Miss Barton.
I enjoyed me a lot.
Yeah, you know that contest we had for the best idea on how to spend $10,000 for the community here?
Oh, that's funny.
Well, the judges have just come to a decision, and they've awarded the box of groceries to old man Quincy. Yes, Mom. So I wondered if you'd run over and tell him. Oh, well, that'd be nice of you. Well, much obliged, Miss Barton. No? Well, no, we don't know for sure we'll use his ID. This was just a contest. Yes, Mom. All right, Miss Barton. Goodbye.
Say, Lum, we don't have to use his ID, do we?
Oh, of course not.
Well, he's winning the contest.
I know, but we never said we was actually going to follow out the winning suggestion.
We never, huh?
Besides, nobody knows we got the money yet.
Oh, no, that's right, yeah.
I believe Squire Skimp's suspicions we got it, though. But he don't know it for sure. Keeps asking me questions about the contest and all such as that.
Well, come to think about it, he's been asking me a lot of questions about that, too.
Well, I hope you never told him nothing.
Oh, no, I never know.
Because he's the one fella we don't want to have to find out about the money till we've all decided on what we're going to do with it.
No, well, I won't let him know nothing. You can depend on me. I'll outwit him.
Yeah, you better leave the outwitting to me, Abner.
Huh?
What you can do, though, is to start packing up that box of groceries for old man Quincy. You more than likely want to get in just as soon as possible. They're needing them.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll pack him up a good big one, too. Potatoes and flour and lard and everything we got.
Yeah, fix up a nice one, Abner, because they're needing.
Yeah.
Here, you can put this piece of paper with his suggestion on it in the box, too. He might want to frame that or something.
Yeah, hand it here. What was his suggestion, anyway? I don't believe I ever did read that.
Oh, I don't know, some crazy idea.
Let me see here. I would take the $10,000 and build something that would make more money for Pine Ridge. And that sounds all right so far.
You read the rest of it there.
I have read in a book that San Francisco has a toll bridge that brings in thousands and thousands of dollars every year. So why don't we build a toll bridge right here in Pine Ridge and do the same thing? Signed, Ulysses S. Quincy. I doggies, that's a good idea, Lum.
A good idea?
Why, sure. There's cars that come through Pine Ridge all the time. We collect some money from every one of them. Why, before they cross the toll bridge, we'll make a heap of money per Pine Ridge will.
Well, wait a minute, too.
And think all the good we could do for the community with all that money. I doggies, that Quincy's got an idea there.
Yeah, it's a fine idea. Just one thing he overlooked, though.
Overlooked?
We ain't got no river to put a bridge over.
Oh.
Got that river that runs by Uncle Henry Lunsford's place, but that's too far from here.
Oh, that's way out of town. Yeah, Uncle Henry'd want the money for that. Yeah, I reckon that's right, all right. We'd have to have a river, sure.
Well, let's see. Use your rangemen, I believe.
Well, maybe... No, reckon not. Them things are more likely hard to start. Take a heap of water to do that, I reckon.
If you're thinking about starting a river, you can get that out of your head right now.
Yeah, that bridge would look awful good, though, Lum.
Wait a minute. There comes Squire Skimp up out there.
Pine Ridge Bridge. Doggy, that sounds good, you know it?
Forget the bridge, Abner, and concentrate on not saying nothing about Dodge and his check to Squire Skimp.
Oh, I won't.
Well, howdy, Squire. Come on back.
Well, gentlemen, how are my good friends today?
Oh, we're just fine, Squire.
Awful good.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Say, Lum, have I shown you our new annuity insurance policy that almost doubles your investment in a relative short time?
No, I don't believe you have, Squire. But I don't think I'd be interested.
Well, sir, it's just a thing for a man who has, say, about $10,000.
Well, if I hear of any feller that's got that much, Squire, I'll let you know.
I thought as long as you have recently deposited that amount in the county seat bank, Lum.
How did you know that?
Oh, I have connections, Lum. Business channels that give me access to various types of information on financial matters. That's part of my business, you know. Now, Lum, I'm suggesting this plan for your own protection and best interest. By the way, where did you get this money, Lum?
Well, it's our mistake, Squire. Diogenes never left no money for us, honor.
Abner.
Oh, Diogenes.
Goodness.
Well, yes, I suspicion that it might be him. Sort of an act of atonement, huh? Well, I'm glad to see that he left our little community a reformed man. Yeah, glad to see it. Now, as I understand it, this money belongs to all of the citizens here in town.
Now, listen, Squire, that money was left in our care.
And it couldn't have been left in better hands, Lum. I want to be the first one to contribute my wisdom and knowledge to this noble cause. Now, I would suggest that we take the $10,000.
Me and Abner are handling this ourselves.
Yes, sir, Diogenes, give the check to us, and we're handling it.
And furthermore,
I believe that's your ring there, isn't it, Lum?
Just a minute. Hello. Jot 'em down, store and library. Lum Edwards talking.
Now, Abner, I have a plan.
Oh, hello, Mr. Quincy.
I ain't in.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Quincy.
Oh, Mr. Quincy.
And we're proud you won it. Congratulations.
He won the contest for the best idea.
Well, no. No, at least not right away, Mr. Quincy. Well, we can't hardly do that, though. Why, of course not. Yeah, but Mr. Quincy, you see... Yeah, but look here. You'll what? Oh, now listen, Mr. Quincy. Hello? Hung up.
What's the matter, Lum?
Well, Squire, looks like you're a little late with your schemes.
What do you mean, Lum?
It's all been decided what we're spending that money for. We're building a toll bridge right up and down Main Street.
A toll bridge?
Yeah, either that or get lawsued by Ulysses S. Quincy.
Amos, it's Sunday again.
Sunday is right, and don't forget we is on the radio every Sunday for Rinso.
Yeah, and look, here comes Ken Carpenter now with the biggest news in Rinso's history. Let's listen to him.
It's the biggest news ever. It's new 1950 Rinso with Solium, a full year ahead of time. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. But more about that in a few minutes. Now, Lever Brothers Company and new 1950 Rinso bring you the Amos and Andy Show. Yes, sir. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Rinso, brings you a full half hour of entertainment with Lou Lubin, Eddie Green, the Jubilaires, Jeff Alexander's orchestra and chorus, and radio's all-time favorites, Amos and Andy. A big event occurred recently in the life of Andy Brown. It all started about 2 weeks ago when Andy and the Kingfish dropped into a lunchroom for a quick bite to eat.
Yeah, well, what are you going to have, Andy?
Oh, I think I'll have a stack of wheat cakes, scrambled eggs, sausages, some ham, and 2 cups of coffee.
It does, huh?
Yeah, I never like to eat too much between meals.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a pretty good meal myself to build up my strength. I got to pick up my check today, and there's 14 blocks down to the unemployment office, you know.
Well, you know, Kingfish, with spring coming on, it shows a nice time of the year to be unemployed.
Yeah, and summer and fall ain't bad loafing weather neither, you know, Andy.
You know, Kingfish, I am sure glad that we ain't got to work. I know that.
May I take your order, please?
Yeah, waitress, you can bring me a... Hello? Hey, you know, you was about the best-looking gal I have seen in a long time.
Uh-oh, the wolf has done picked up the scent.
Have you decided what you want to order?
If you was on the menu, I'll have a double order. I really roll, ain't I, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, you knocking them off there now. Could we stop this mushed up dough and order the food? Look, waitress, I'll have ham and eggs, and you can turn the eggs over.
Order ham and eggs, flippin', Joe.
Ham and eggs, flippin'. Hey, honey, you is new around here, ain't you? But I bet a sweet little gal like you has got 1 million boyfriends already.
Well, not exactly. I am kind of new around here. I haven't had a chance to make any friends. I guess I'm sort of a babe in the woods.
Babe in the woods? Honey, shake hands with an old forest ranger.
Have you decided what you want to order yet?
Yeah, give me the same as my friends here.
All right. Oh, Joe, ham and eggs, flip 'em a pair.
Ham and eggs, flip 'em a pair. You know, honey, Mother Nature sure done a beautiful job on you. If you was a bird, you'd be the prettiest pigeon in Capistrano, you know.
Yeah, take it easy, Andy. I was a married man, and I can't stand this stuff on an empty stomach.
Don't slow me down, Kingfish. Let me alone. Honey, now that the ice is broke, permit me to introduce myself. My name is Andrew H. Brown.
Well, how do you do? My name is Dorothy Richards.
Dorothy Richards. Mm-hmm. That's a pretty name. Say, after work, how about me and you taking a little walk tonight? We might even sit on a bench in the park for a while.
Ah, that sounds nice. But won't it be a little chilly out there?
You really is new around here, ain't you?
Meeting between Andy and Dorothy soon blossomed into a big romance. It's now 2 weeks later. We find Andy up in his room making the official announcement to the Kingfish.
Yeah, Kingfish, me and Dorothy is official engaged. We done decided to take the feudal step.
Yeah, so you're going to get married, huh, Andy? Well, welcome to Devil's Island. Yeah, but yes, when did it all happen, Andy?
Last night. And you know, getting engaged is really a thrilling moment. Is it always that way, Kingfish? How did you propose to Sapphire?
Well, I didn't exactly propose to Andy. The thing kind of snuck up on me.
Yeah.
You see, one night she invited me over for a little Sunday evening social at her folks' house.
Yeah.
Oh, a lot of friends and relatives there. Her Aunt Matilda was at the organ, a couple of brothers, the local preacher, and 2-3 cousins.
Sound like quite a party, all right.
Oh, yeah, anyway, we was playing parlor games when all of a sudden Sapphire's mother jumped up and says, "Do anyone here know the name of our first president?" I said, "I do." And with that, Matilda started pounding the organ. The preacher whipped out his book, and the next thing I knew, I was the first president.
Yeah, that was something, all right. They really sprung the trap onto you there, didn't they, Kingfish?
Yeah, it was a tough break, all right, Anna. If it hadn't been for George Washington, I'd still be a single man. Say, Anna, what is all these scrapbooks and junk you got spread out on the table here?
Oh, they is all the old momentums of my bachelor days. Now that I'm getting married, I'm going to burn them up.
You sure got a pile of souvenirs, yeah?
Yeah.
There's an old dead rose, a couple of ribbons, a lace handkerchief.
Oh, yeah. Different gals give me all that stuff.
Yeah, notice a hat pin here. Some gal give you that, Anna?
Well, in the way she did, she jabbed me with it one night in the hallway.
I see you got a lot of pictures here.
Yeah.
There's a goofy-looking guy there. Who is that old scarecrow of a woman standing there with him?
Kingfish, that's you and Sapphire.
I wonder what we ever saw in each other.
Well, these other pictures here of all these gals I'm going to throw away.
Well, then all this stuff is over with now. From here on, you was a one-woman man.
Yeah.
And then I want to say from the bottom of my heart that I was happy to know that you was at last found the right gal.
Well, thank you, Kingfish. I appreciate that.
Yes, and I tell you, after being married to Sapphire for 22 years, I found that the only thing that makes marriage worthwhile for a man is love, understanding, and affection.
It is, huh?
Yeah, I sure wish I could get a little of it around my place, you know. Sure is happy to see my dear friend Andy getting married to a nice girl. After all, him and me has been... Wonder who that is. Come in.
Young man, I'm looking for George Stevens.
George Stevens, he ain't no trouble, is he?
No.
Well, I George Stevens.
Mr. Stevens, I'll get right down to facts. I happen to be the father of Dorothy Richards. I understand your friend Andrew Brown intends to marry her.
Yes, Andrew Brown, yes, that's right. He gonna marry.
Frankly, I don't think Brown is the man for my daughter. The more I try to influence her, the more she's determined. Now, I'm willing to pay you $100 to break up the marriage.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. Is you asking me to betray my best friend for $100? Is you asking me to come between him and the gal that he loves? Is you asking me to do a thing so low and underhanded? Is that 100 in cash?
Yes? Payable as soon as you break up the marriage.
Well, there's a deal. You know, mister, you was really lucky that you come to me. I don't know another one of Andy's dear friends that would have ever cost him any cheaper, I tell you.
This old mighty river's killing me. Old man River, that old man River, he must know something, but don't say nothing. He just keeps rolling, he keeps on rolling along. Rolling, 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 rolling along. He don't plant potatoes, he don't plant cotton, and them that plants them is soon forgotten. But old man River, he just keeps rolling along. Rolling, 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 rolling along. You and me, sweat and strain, body aching and racked with pain. Forge and live that bed. You get a little drunk and you left it dead. I guess we really can see, don't try it. I'm tired of living, afraid of dying. But old man River, he just keeps rolling along. Rolling, 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 rolling along. I waited in the water about ankle deep. Then the water started lapping up around my feet. It's a mean old river, it's deep and wide. It's a long, cold journey to the other side. You and me, we sweat and strain. Body all aching and racked with pain. Oh, that barge, lift that sail. Get a little drunk and you land in jail. I guess we really can see it go trying. Tired of living, afraid of dying. But old man River, he just keeps rolling on.
New 1950 Rinso is here. It's ready to use right now. Tomorrow, ask your dealer for Rinso and get the amazing new Rinso. New 1950 Rinso with Solium. 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. That's right, 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap.
Well, I've tried the new Rinso and got the surprise of my life. All my white things turned out gleaming white. They're whiter than new. And my colored things look so gay. I'm sure they're actually brighter than brand new.
It's absolutely true. The sensational whiter washing action of new 1950 Rinso gets and keeps your clothes whiter and brighter than any other soap.
Yet Rinso is so safe for all my wash. And it's so easy on my hands, too.
Tomorrow, get new 1950 Rinso with Solium in the familiar green and yellow package. And now, back to Amos and Andy.
Well, I walk on home and get some lunch. I got to figure out some way to break up Andy's wedding to that waiter. Well, there comes Shorty the barber down the street. Well, hello there, Shorty.
Well, I'll be doggone for that, but look here, for that, I'll be that high, kid.
Say, Shorty, I was in sort of a spot here. Maybe you can help me. I just got to find some way to bust up a marriage.
Yeah, well, knowing your wife, kid, we got to know how you feel.
No, Shorty, it ain't my marriage. You see, the father of the gal Andy's engaged to wants me to break the engagement because he don't think Andy's the right man for her.
Yeah, well, why don't you just introduce Andy to another gal and make up a story about her being rich? That ought to do the trick.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Shorty. Now, you know, Shorty, you don't look it, but you was really a brainy fella.
Oh, yeah.
Wish I knew there's some gal that I could get to pose as a wealthy woman for Andy's benefit.
Yeah, well, I can get you one, Ken, first. I know a manicurist who used to work for me. I tell you, you give her a few bucks and she'll make a play for Andy and tell him that she's rich and everything.
Oh, that is swell, Shorty. Let's go over and talk to her right now.
Okay, Ken, first. You know, this is about the 12th time Andy's been engaged.
Yeah.
He really got luck with the women.
Well, the way you talk, Shorty, you don't get no gals, huh?
No, but last week I got a great idea from some of the fellas. They would stand in front of the drugstore down the street and whistle at gals. And within 5 minutes, everyone they'd walk away with some cute little gal under their arm.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, yeah. So last night I tried the same thing. I got dressed up fit to kill. Flower in my buttonhole, shine on my shoes, and I stood in front of that same drugstore just like the other fellas and whistled just like this.
Yeah, well, what did you get, Shorty?
Oh, I got a cocker spaniel.
Come in, brother Andy. I was just sitting around the office here.
Yeah, hiya, Kingfish. I just been down to the beanery talking to my financier. And you know I've been thinking it ain't going to be right for the wife of Andrew H. Brown to be seen working behind a counter in the lunchroom.
Oh, I agree with you.
Oh, yeah. After we is married, I'm going to try to get her transferred to the kitchen where you can't see her.
Oh, ain't no sense in having her this busy, Andy. Oh, boy, I'm really tired today. I was up late last night at a big society party.
Stepping up in the class, huh? Who gives the party?
Oh, some new gal that we met, Andy. She's a wealthy, rich widow. And on top of that, she got a lot of money, too. Oh, what a party. She served nothing but imported caviar. I must have drank 4 or 5 glasses of the stuff.
Yeah, that gal that gives the party sure must have been wealthy.
Oh, yeah. You ought to see her, Andy. She was really loaded with jewelry, too. Got a couple of beautiful mink coats.
Sounds like some gal, all right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, for a single unmarried woman looking for a husband, she's really a prize. Of course, you wouldn't be interested now that she was engaged, would you?
Of course not. Me interested in another woman just because she got money? What's her name?
Well, her name is Eloise Smith. I tell you, Andy. Say, and look who coming across the street here. It's the rich Eloise Smith now. I told her to drop by here, you see.
That's the rich gal, huh? Look at the heels on her shoes there. They sure is wore down, ain't they?
Oh, no, you see, she hasn't made that way, Andy. You see, she's a little knock-kneed, and by wearing the heels wore down on the outside, sort of springs the knees out a little bit. Wait a minute. I'll tell her to come on in here. I'd like to have you meet her. Miss Smith, come on in. I'd like to have you meet my friend here. And I'd like to have you meet the rich and cultured Miss Smith.
How you do?
My, what a charming, good-looking man. Is you into moving pictures?
Who, me? Who's she talking about? Oh, no. I ain't no moving pictures, no.
Well, Miss Smith, I noticed that you ain't wearing none of your big diamond jewelry that you usually has on.
Well, you see, I got to do a lot of rushing around today, and I'm traveling light.
why don't you let me help you off with your mink coat, Miss Smith?
Oh, don't bother.
Kingfish, you said that's a mink coat?
Oh, certainly it's mink. It's the finest you can get. Genuine wild mink.
Yeah, well, I figured they was wild, all right. Look at that. Some of those minks has been in some tough fights, ain't they?
Yeah, I guess he is, ain't it?
Yeah, that one on the elbow there must have had a fight with an Indian. He was scalped.
You know, Mr. Brown, Mr. Stevens here was telling me so much about you, and may I say you was even more charming than I expected.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I gotta run along now and draw a few $1,000 out of the bank. I'd ask you to come with me, Mr. Brown, but I understand another woman already has you in her clutch.
Yeah, well, keep talking. I think her clutch is slipping.
Well, if anything happens, my telephone number is Lehigh 56893. Well, goodbye. I just can't resist pinching you on your little old jowl there. Coochie, coochie, coo.
And a coochie, coochie to you, too. Lehigh 56893, huh?
Yeah, Lehigh, that's right. Now, Andy, I can see you thinking along the right line. Oh, that gal really got class, Andy. See the way she strutted out here?
Oh, yeah, I like everything about her. I even like the sound of her knees knocking together. But listen, Kingfish, what is I going to tell Dorothy?
Well, now, let's see. Just tell her that you break an engagement for her own good. Make up some story that you was a gangster or a criminal or something, and that it ain't fair for you to marry her even though you love her.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I got a date with her at 8 tonight. And along about 8:30, I'll break the engagement and tell her I ain't never going to see her again.
Well, why do you want to wait till 8:30?
Well, I thought I'd get in a little smooching first.
Porter, what you doing at the laboratory there tonight?
Well, I just came in, Kingfish, to show you an item that appeared in the evening newspaper. It's about Dorothy Richards, that gal that Andy is engaged to.
Yeah, well, what is the thing, Henry?
Well, it seems that she's a society gal, Kingfish, and she's decided that all men in her own set were trying to marry her for her money. So she left home and got a job as a waitress to try and find real love.
Well.
Yes. You see, Kingfish, Dorothy Richards is an heiress. She's worth $50,000.
Holy smoke. And Andy's going to break the engagement tonight. Now I see why her papa wanted me to bust up the marriage.
Yes, well, what are you going to do, Kingfish?
Well, I'm going to call Andy's room and see if he left yet. I'm going to try to stop him. $50,000 is a lot more than that measly $100 her father offered me.
Oh, yes, it'll be a shame if Andy loses out on that.
Yeah, you know, there ought to be a law that when a fella tells a gal he loves her, she got to declare her assets. Now, I'll just go...
It's here a year ahead, and it's ready to use right now. Ask your dealer for Rinso and get the amazing new 1950 Rinso with Solium. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap.
New Rinso is a joy to use because my wash turns out so beautifully. My white things are the loveliest white, even whiter than new. And my gay print dresses, too, are brighter than when I first wore them.
Yes, the sensational new washing action of 1950 Rinso gets and keeps your clothes whiter, brighter than new. Whiter, brighter than any other soap.
Rinso's so gentle for my hands, too, and so safe for all my wash.
Tomorrow, get the economical giant size of new 1950 Rinso. Now, back to Amos and Andy.
Oh, me, I done called Andy's room, but it's too late. He done already left for Dorothy's apartment. And by now, he is talking himself and me out of $50,000. Oh, hello there, Stonewall.
Oh, hi, Kingfish.
Stonewall, I got a big problem here, and I really at the end of my rope. It looked like this time that I'm going to have to throw in the sponge. Oh, I really gives up.
Oh, that ain't no attitude to take. I never give up, Kingfish. Never say die. Did I give up practicing law just because I was disbarred? Did I give up practicing law because I couldn't get no clients?
Did I give up practicing law because I couldn't make no money? No, I did not. 3 of the biggest mistakes I ever made.
Yeah, well, here was the situation, Stonewall. You see, Andy was in love with the gal, and the gal's father come along and offered me $100 to break up the marriage. So I did.
That's natural.
Yeah, but now I done discovered now that the gal is worth $50,000. And if Andy marries her, I'm going to get half of it, you see. Now, what can I do, Stonewall? Andy's up at the gal's apartment right now, telling her that he is a criminal and breaking off the gate.
Oh, do something about it, Kingfish.
Yeah, well, what must I do? Don't keep hollering do something. Tell her what to do. Don't say do something.
Now, wait a minute. Now, what can I know. Go up to her apartment right now. And if Andy's already done told her about breaking off the engagement, you just tell her that the real reason that Andy's breaking it off is because he found out she got $50,000 and he is too noble to marry a gal for her money.
Hey, that's a great idea, Stonewall. Only thing is, by doing that, I'll be double-crossing her father. Now, do you think that double-crossing her father is right?
Kingfish, I can only answer you in the words of that old Latin quotation. Ad valorem cum magnus sanctum.
What does that mean?
Oh, man, yeah.
So that is the story, Dorothy. I is really a hardened criminal.
Andy, you a criminal? I just can't believe it. You've always been so sweet.
Well, you see, Dorothy, I got 2 personalities. Oh, I'm a regular Dr. Jerk and Mr. Hyde. No, Dorothy, it's like I say, it'd never work out. I come to say farewell and goodbye.
Well, Andy, if that's the way you think. Oh, I'll see who it is.
Yeah, okay.
Why, it's your friend, Mr. Stevens.
Oh, excuse me, Dorothy. And the boy, I can't let you do it.
Do what, Jake?
Break off the marriage just because you know that Dorothy here ain't really a waitress, and on top of that has $50,000 in her own name, cash.
I knows that.
Certainly you does, stupid. Miss Richards, Andy here made up that story about being a criminal for a very noble reason.
Well, what reason was that?
Yeah, what reason was that, Jake?
Because, Andy, is you know you was too noble to marry a woman that has got money. But I can't let you do it, Andy. I know you love Dorothy, and this gal, she is the gal for you right there.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Kingfish, but what about Lehigh, 56893?
Wrong number.
Oh.
Andy, Mr. Stevens is right. You're wonderful for feeling that way, but we can't let my money stand in the way of our marriage.
Okay, honey, I'll marry you. It's just that I has always felt that marriage can't be no success where the wife has got a lot of money. Ain't that what I felt, Kingfish?
Oh, yeah, you said it 1,000 times.
Oh, Andy, we will be married.
Yeah, and just think, if it hadn't been for me rushing over here and explaining everything, Andy would have walked out of your life forever.
Oh, that would have been a terrible tragedy.
Yeah, I shivers every time I think of it.
Oh, Andy, this is all so wonderful. Let's not wait any longer.
Yeah, get married right away. You know, I only hope, Dorothy, that you can be worthy of a man like Andy with his fine ideals.
Yeah, and you know, honey, even though I hate your money, I'll be as kind to it if it was my own. Yes, Amos, the wedding is all set for tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I am certainly happy for you, son. Congratulations, Amos.
Oh, yeah, this is a real love match, Amos. She got $50,000. Of course, I ain't going to take all of it.
Oh, well, that's nice. Leave a few dollars for herself, I guess.
Yeah, well, you know, the kingfish has got to get his cut.
Yeah, well, Andy, I hope that the money angle ain't the only reason that you was marrying Dorothy.
Oh, no, Amos. I'm crazy about the gal. Of course, with that kind of money, why, me and the kingfish won't have to work the rest of our lives. You see, me and the kingfish has always said that we ain't never going to work again.
Yeah, well, tell me this. How come you're having the wedding so soon?
Well, you see, Amos, knowing that I was going to marry the gal and get her money, why, me and the kingfish done gone out and bought 6 suits of clothes and some shoes and a lot of other stuff. And you know, the store where we got them is pressing us for the money. They want it right away. So we got to nuptial this thing up as soon as we can, I'll tell you.
Oh, I see what you mean there. Well, I'll see you at the wedding tomorrow then, Andy. I got to get going now.
Yeah, well, you know, Amos, I was just thinking here, it's too bad that my little godchild, Amos Andra, ain't a little bit older. I'd like to have her as a flower gal at my wedding.
Yeah, well, Amos Andra is a little too young for that, Andy. Well, I'll see you there, though. So long, son.
Yeah,
see you later.
All right, so long.
Oh, hello there. You must hurry away. I got to see Andy in a hurry.
Okay, Kingfish.
Hey, Kingfish, look at you. What's up? Your eyes is popping out.
Andy, look here. Here's a telegram that just come for you from Dorothy, and I done opened the thing. Read it.
Let me see that, Kingfish.
Yeah.
Dear Andy, after that story you and Mr. Stevens told the other night, I got suspicious. I investigated and found out you just wanted to marry me for my money. I have married my true love, Joe Smith, the short order cook at the lunchroom, and we are on our way to California. Goodbye, Dorothy. Holy smoke, she done left for California with the cook from the restaurant.
Yes, Andy, this is a tough break, all right.
Yeah, not only has I lost the one love of my life, but we is in trouble.
What you mean?
Well, how in the world is we going to get a hold of money enough to pay for them suits and the other stuff that we bought?
Hey, look here, waiter. I'll have ham and eggs. You can turn the eggs over.
Order of ham and eggs. Flip them.
Ham and eggs. Flip them. Amos, what is the advantage in Rinso being 1950 when everything else is 1949?
Well, let me answer it this way for you, Andy. What if I was able to reach into the future and hand you a newspaper with everything in it that was going to happen 1 year ahead?
Holy smoke, then I'd know a lot of things that nobody else would know. I'd have to jump on everybody.
Yeah, well, that's just the way it is with Rinso, Andy. They has got to jump on everybody by bringing out a soap that's fully 1 year ahead of time. Ain't that right, Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, that's right, Amos. New 1950 Rinso is here. It's ready to use right now. New 1950 Rinso has 3 times the whiter washing action of any other soap. Only Rinso contains solium. Try new 1950 Rinso tomorrow.
Well, Andy, it sure was nice of you to offer to come over here and sit with little Amos Andrew while I take my wife out for a few hours.
Oh, don't worry, Amos. Me and Amos Andrew are going to get along great here. We just going to have fun, ain't we, honey?
Yeah, she really likes you, don't she, Andy?
Oh, sure she do. Coochie coochie coo.
Get going now, Andy. Ruby's waiting out in the hall. I hope you won't be lonely here, because Amos and are going to sleep in a few minutes, you know.
Oh, don't worry, Amos. I guarantee you, I ain't going to be lonely.
Yeah, well, so long, son.
So long.
Number, please.
Operator, get me Lehigh 56893.
Good night, folks.
See you next Sunday.
Be sure to be with us next Sunday at the same time when Leader Brothers Company will make the Pure Rinso with Solium will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Until then, good night to all of you from all of us.
The makers of Campbell Soup present George Burns and Gracie Allen, Tony Martin and Ken Niles, and Henry King in this music. My sugar takes me with a grain of salt.
just a minute, George and Gracie will be with us. Meanwhile, this is 10-9. You know, I've been getting a lot of letters lately since I've been telling you about my extra special favorite, Campbell's Chicken Soup. I get many that read like this. What you say about Campbell's Chicken Soup is absolutely true. I'm through making chicken soup at home now that I can have just as good, if not better, soup by asking for Campbell's. True? Why, of course it is. And I know good chicken soup myself, so I can tell you why Campbell's has been the soup sensation of the year and why women are buying 3 times as much as they did a short while ago. Now, this is why. It's that glorious, delicious chicken flavor, the through-and-through chicken richness, the golden glistening color, the snowy rice and delightful seasonings, and the pieces of tender chicken meat, too. Just like the best homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. That's why. And you can have it any time you wish simply by asking your grocer for Campbell's Chicken Soup. Why not do that tomorrow? And here are George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Thank you very much. Well, Gracie, say hello to everybody.
Yeah, hello, Tony.
Hello, Tony. That's everybody?
Well, everybody that matters, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I know what you mean.
Well, never mind saying hello to us, Gracie. I know you're very busy these days. By the way, have you got your Christmas shopping done?
My Christmas shopping, Ken? Oh, sure. It's all done except buying the presents.
Gracie, why don't you buy your Christmas presents after Christmas?
Well, that's what I'm going to do. On account of you don't know what people need until the day after Christmas.
I know I'm heading for a headache.
Now, for instance, after I get a present from a girlfriend, I can tell what she needs. Now, if she gives me a handbag, then I know she doesn't need a handbag. Because if she needed a handbag, then why did she give it to me?
That's a good idea.
I know. I made it up.
You ought to have it stuffed.
I'll have it stuffed what? The handbag?
No, your head.
Oh. I don't get it.
You don't, Henry.
You look at my face and you do not know who she is?
Henry, that was last week, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Can't
Say,
step out of
Henry.
character.
Henry, what are you going to give the boys in your band for Christmas?
Oh, I don't know, Gracie. What do you suggest?
Music lessons.
Not a bad idea. It's a good idea. Gracie, what are you going to give me for Christmas?
Well, George, did you see those star sapphire cufflinks down at the jewelry?
You mean the ones set in platinum?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you think Tony Martin would like them?
You're giving Tony Martin star sapphire cufflinks? What about me?
Oh, I think he'd rather have cufflinks.
Cufflinks?
Cufflinks.
You mean cut glass? You do,
It's awfully sweet of you, Gracie. But Alice Faye bought me some cufflinks for my birthday.
Copycat.
Hello. Who? Oh, just a minute. Gracie, a phone call for you, and the party says it's very important.
Oh, well, it's probably the sponsor.
Oh, the sponsor.
I guess he wants to know whether Tony Martin is through this week or next week.
Never mind about Tony. Just answer the phone.
All right. Hello, Mr. Chicken Soup.
Mr. Chicken Soup?
Quiet,
It's a cute first name.
What's that?
Sam Chicken Soup.
It's who? Now, you have to speak clearly. I don't recognize your voice. No, I don't remember meeting you. No, you must have the wrong party.
Gracie, will you let me answer the phone? Hello. Who? Just a minute, Gracie, it's your mother.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Mother. I didn't know you were sponsoring this program.
If it's your mother, she's probably sponsoring a pat itself for your daddy.
Now, please, Judge. Mother can't hear what she's saying.
She's lucky.
What? No, that was George Burns' mother. George Burns. No, Burns. Look, Mother, if you light a match to the gas stove, what does it do? Oh, nothing? Oh, the gas is shut off?
Gracie, find out what she wants.
What, Mother? Oh, you're wrapping the Christmas presents. Oh, goody. What's that? Oh, you want to know whether you should wrap them now or wait until you buy the presents?
Gracie, don't make a quick decision. That takes a lot of thought.
Well, not for me, George. What, Mother? Oh, you don't know whether to buy the presents now or wait until you get money?
That's an idea. I think she'd better wait a little bit.
Well, Mother, why don't you borrow the money till Daddy gets home? What? Oh, nobody will loan you the money for 20 years.
Why don't you tell her to ask the warden, Gracie?
Well, goodbye. Oh, by the way, Mother, how's Unky today? He's still dead, huh? Well, that's good. Goodbye.
Well, that was a nice hunk of dialogue.
Now, where was I?
You were in a jewelry store picking out cufflinks for Tony Martin that Alice Faye has already picked out.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
George, the next time I see Caruso, remind me to ask him if he'd like to sing on this program.
Gracie, Caruso is dead.
Well, all right, then you ask him.
Look, there's one thing I'd like to explain to you. Tony Martin doesn't feel like coming up here at night and making love after making love at the studio all day.
Thanks, George.
You're welcome.
Now, Gracie, this morning I spent the entire morning kissing Simone.
Oh, the poor kid. You must be tired. Take me in your arms and tell me all about it, Tony.
Yeah, he's all in, yeah.
Well, I rehearsed a love scene with her 20 times.
Oh, what you need is a rest, Tony. Let me sit in your lap.
Tony, so Simone kissed you 20 times. I'd like to do that.
Well, go ahead, George. I'll hold them for you, and then you can hold them for me.
Tony, why don't you get Gracie into one of your pictures?
I'll bet I'd be great as a heroine.
Yeah, because heroin is a dope.
Oh, please, George.
And after kissing Simone all afternoon, I did nothing but hug and kiss Janet Gaynor.
You spent all morning making love to Simone, and all afternoon hugging and kissing Janet Gaynor?
Yeah.
Oh, just my luck to be on the night shift.
Sing for me.
Day is ending and the sun's descending in the west once more. Night is falling, I can hear love calling on the dear old Mississippi shore. Everybody knows that it's just a muddy river, but it seems like heaven on high. When the moon is shining bright, let me dream away the night where the lazy river goes by. Go away, let us be just the river, you and me. Everything is still all along the Mississippi. Ain't no one as happy as I. Oh, I never want to roam. Let me live and make my home where the lazy river goes by. Swing on out, Henry. Come on, get on those blacks and whites. Trust me on down. Yes, yes. Everybody knows that it's just a muddy river, but it seems like heaven on high. When the moon is shining bright, let me dream away the night where the lazy river goes by. Get you away, let us be just the river, you and me. Everything is still all along the Mississippi. Ain't no one as happy as I. Oh, I never want to roam. Let me live and make my home where the lazy river goes by. Where the lazy, lazy river goes by.
Singing where the lazy river goes by from the picture with a banjo on my knee. Tony, you're swell.
Thanks, George.
Well, Gracie, how did you like Tony Martin?
Oh, I think he's beautiful.
Yeah, he's pretty. You know, Gracie, what do you want Santa Claus to give you for Christmas? Would a stocking hold all you want?
Well, no, but a pair of Tony Martin socks would.
I say. Well, that's if he's got a pair of socks. Yeah.
Well, now just think. 2 more days and it'll be December 25th.
Yeah.
And a week later, New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
7 weeks from then, Washington's birthday. 5 months after that, 4th of July. Well. Half of next year gone already, and it isn't even Christmas yet. Time certainly flies, don't you think so?
Yes, I think so. Gracie, you forgot April Fool.
I'm coming to you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Some people like Christmas, but personally, I like Labor Day much better than Easter on account of the Christmas trees.
You have Christmas trees on Labor Day?
Mm-hmm.
Then what will you have on Christmas?
Well, I'll take the same as you do, George, only more ginger ale in mine.
I don't know what you're doing for Christmas, but I'm having a poor family for dinner.
Well, that's nice. We're having turkey.
Well, that's kind of different. Sweetened with stuffing, yes.
Yeah.
Love that turkey stuff.
You know,
take it easy. Just give it. Just speak right up. There you go, Gracie.
Oh, George, let me talk.
Well.
If it weren't for one thing, I could sit under the mistletoe and kiss Tony Martin to my heart's content.
And what's the one thing?
Who wants to spend a dime for mistletoe?
Well, Tony, Gracie's got a mat on.
Gracie, let's cut that out. I don't want to start talking about kissing the minute I get down to work.
Well, that's what I say. Let's cut out the talk and get down to work.
In the first place, kissing is unhealthy. Isn't that right, Henry?
I don't know.
You don't know? You've never been kissed?
I've never been sick.
Is that so? Well, you certainly fooled me because you look bad.
Tony Martin, I'm going to teach you a lesson.
You mean you're going to fire me off this program?
Oh, worse than that, I'm going to make you act in my Christmas play. And I'm going to do it sometime pretty soon right now.
You going to do a Christmas play sometime pretty soon right now?
Yeah, almost quicker than immediately.
Well, let's not act hastily.
Oh.
Well, I think that's going to be swell, Gracie. Is it another historical play?
No, Ken, it's a sort of a kind of a special Christmas play I wrote called Dickens' Christmas Carol.
I must be wrong. I thought Dickens' Christmas Carol was written by Dickens.
That's what he thought, too.
That's what who thought, Dickens?
No, Carol, Christmas Carol.
Oh, yeah, I know him very well. A tall fellow with a face. He's a...
Oh, don't be silly, George. Christmas Carol isn't a him, it's a her.
A her?
Belle Carol's sister.
Belle Carol's sister, yes. Very cute, too. Gracie, who's who in the screwy play of yours?
You, George. You're playing the part of Scrooge, the stingy old miser.
Well, I don't think I'll be able to read the script because miser's sore.
Please,
I knew it was bad. I didn't like it. Oh, that's bad. Thank you. All right, so I'm Scrooge.
Yeah, but we'll call you Scroogey Poogie.
Scroogey Poogie.
And boys.
Yep.
Yes. Boys, you play the three ghosts.
The three ghosts, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know. Because this is a ghost-to-ghost program, huh?
That's right, Ken. The Pacific Ghost, the Atlantic Ghost, and it just goes to show you.
And we all act in this play, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know the play, Gracie. We're the three ghosts that come to haunt Scrooge.
Right, Tony. Ken,
Yep.
You're the ghost of the past. Henry?
Yep.
You're the ghost of the present. And Tony?
Yes?
Yeah, oh, no, wait a minute. Oh, Tony, you can't be the ghost of the future.
Why not?
Well, because the way you've been behaving, I'm afraid you haven't got a future on this program.
Oh, I see.
Do you follow me, Tony?
Yes, I follow you, Gracie.
Well, you better stop following me, Alice. They'll get awfully angry.
All right, Gracie, and what part do you play?
I'm Mrs. Fezziwig.
Mrs. Fezziwig?
Yes.
Who is Mrs. Fezziwig?
Well, she's the wife of Mr. Fezziwig and the mother of all their fuzzy little toupees.
Fuzzy little toupees. Hair. And what do you do in this play?
Well, as long as the boys are ghosts, I have to be the ghostess.
Ghostess? You mean you're a lady ghost?
No, a damn tall ghostess.
Henry, the music.
Henry King of the Steinways. Mr. Steinway's younger son.
Words like I love you were meant to be in a song, a phrase to be rhymed with about you, but I knew I was wrong when you came along. Oh, where have you been all my life? Now that I find you, my life will be so divine. Now that you are mine.
I'm always glad to talk on my favorite subject, Campbell's Chicken Soup. And if you could see the way Campbell's make it, you'd know why it's so extra delicious, just like the finest homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. Now, Campbell's use all the good, tender meat of plump chickens, the kind of chickens you'd select for your own table. And they simmer the broth slowly until it's outstandingly delicious with chicken goodness. Outstandingly delicious flavor. That's what has made Campbell's Chicken Soup such a great favorite in so short a time. So much so that women everywhere are buying 3 times more than they did a short while ago. And the minute you taste it, I know you're going to be captivated, too. If you want to make an extra special hit for the family, just place before them Campbell's Chicken Soup. Don't put it off. Why not ask your grocer for it tomorrow? And now for Gracie Allen's masterpiece, Dickens' Christmas Carol. Conceived, written, directed, produced, released, presented, and sponsored by Gracie Allen.
Yeah, and I'm pretty, too.
Quiet.
Now, remember, George, you're Scrooge the miser.
Yes.
All your life, you've hoarded jokes. And on Christmas Eve, the ghosts of the past, present, and future of radio come back to haunt you.
I see. They're still haunting for their jokes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And I'm Mrs. Fezziwig, the widow lady. And when the scene opens, you're at home in the attic, and I'm trying to get you to donate some jokes to the starving masters of ceremony.
Well, this is going to be a nice play.
Yes. Ken the cat.
All right.
Ebenezer Scrooge, the mean old miser of the airwaves, George Burns. Mrs. Loudspeaker Fezziwig, the nitwit of the network, Gracie Allen. The ghost of the past.
Something he ate, I guess.
Ken Niles. The ghost of the present, Tony Martin. The ghost of the future, Henry King. Time, midnight, Christmas Eve. Curtain.
Are you ready, ghost?
Yes.
Music.
A haunting we will go. A haunting we will go. A haunting we will go.
Go ahead, George.
So this is Christmas Eve. Bah. And everybody is happy. Bah. I am not happy. They call me Ebenezer Scrooge, the joke miser. What fools people are to be happy on Christmas Eve. I sure feel sorry for all the poor masters of ceremonies on a cold night like this without a joke on their backs.
Scrooge, let me in. Let me in. This is Mrs. Fezziwig.
Come in and close the door. Close the door. It's chilly outside.
Well, Scroogey Poogie, if I close the door, will it make it warmer outside?
It's a nasty snowstorm outside. I'm chilled to the bone.
Well, it serves you right for going without a hat.
That's very funny, Mrs. Fezziwig. I'll put that away with the rest of my jokes. Shades of Al Jolson, Mrs. Fezziwig. Do you see this ghostly figure wrapped in a sheet?
Oh, yes, Scrooge. It's either Mahatma Gandhi or a man without Mahatma coat and the vest.
Why, speak, ghostly guest. Who are you? What brings you here?
Who am I? Where I play folks packing to hear my wife cracking on radio. I won renown. There's no use in guessing. My name I'm confessing. Who? The mayor of Mexico.
Well, what brought you here?
I've come to haunt you, Scrooge, for stealing my jokes, you know?
I don't believe you're any candor. All I can see is an empty sheet.
Yeah, Eddie, where did you park your carcass?
Don't haunt me, Eddie. I'm Ebenezer Scrooge. Oh, Eddie, I'm an old man. Look at me. I'm all bent over.
Yeah, from lifting everybody's joke.
Oh, that's Ted Lewis. Hush.
You've stolen my best joke. I've got a goat in my house who hasn't got a nose.
Sleepy Hollow. And who are you?
Hello again. I'm the ghost of Jack Benny. Yeah.
Sounds like the goat of Jack Benny. You don't look like Jack Benny.
Well, George, if you were dead as long as Tony Martin, you wouldn't look like Jack Benny either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
Eddie Cannon. Well, Eddie, what are you doing all dressed up in a sheet?
Well, it's like this, Jack. This sheet is cut down at high cost of living. By wearing a sheet, I don't have to buy a suit, a collar, or a necktie. When I come home at night in a sheet, I'm ready for bed. When I wake up in the morning, I'm all ready in a sheet. And instead of expensive cleaning and pressing bills, I can have my sheet washed for 22 cents a pound. Ha! And don't I have to look for a collar button? No. Ha ha! You get it, Jimmy?
This is silly, Cannon, isn't it?
Oh, that was wonderful, Ken. You ought to be able to give an imitation of Papa Mark.
Oh, but Gracie, Harpo Marx can't talk.
I know.
Gracie, what's that he can't or got that I haven't got?
5 daughters.
Well, Buck Benny, what do you want?
Scrooge, I'm here to haunt you. If you stole my joke, a joke that I originated, a joke that made me famous, we've got a goat at our house without a nose. How does it smell?
Terrible, Jack. I used it on my program, too.
Quick, Mrs. Fezziwig, the pencil. It sounds like a new one. Jokes, 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 jokes. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, sort of a tacit. Well, who are you?
Good evening, folks. Welcome to Town Hall tonight.
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
You can knock me down with an elephant, as the man in the kosher butcher shop used to say. I hope to kiss a pig if it isn't Portland Fezziwig.
Nice work, Henry.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised myself. I must be a mimic.
What?
You must be a mimic.
You're a mimic? You mean you haven't any red corpuscles?
Well, Freddie Allen, have you come to haunt me about the goat at your house that hasn't got a nose?
No, not only am I a comedian, I'm a clever writer. I switched that joke. We've got a nose at our house that hasn't got a goat.
Some twist. A nose without a goat?
Well, maybe it's Jimmy Durante.
Jimmy Durante, the nose miser.
Oh, wait. We've got a goat that's got a nose, but we've got a house that hasn't got a yard.
Well, if you've got a house that hasn't got a yard, how does the goat play?
Like Henry King.
The pencil. Jokes. What's that?
The ghost of Major Bo's gong.
Well, it didn't have a very good ring.
Well, you miser, what do you want for nothing? The Westminster chimes?
Oh, that's a very good joke, Mrs. Fezziwig, for this chime of the year.
Oh, careful, Scrooge. Giving away those jokes, they'll be calling you Good Chime Charlie.
Good Chime Charlie. That's a beauty.
Scrooge, before I go, you can do me a few favors.
Yes, Jack Benny. What favors would you like?
Strawberry, raspberry, orange, lemon, lime.
And Campbell's chicken soup.
Thanks, Gracie.
You're welcome.
Well, goodbye, Jack Benny.
Goodbye, and a Merry Christmas to you.
Goodbye, and a Merry Livingston to you, too.
Well, Eddie Cantor, I've got every joke you ever used. I'm living on the fat of the land.
The fat of the land? Well, you must have Jack Bernard, too.
I've got him.
Well, I can't expect a joke from a miser like you, but I thought you might at least give me a little pun. Goodbye.
Oh, isn't that cute, George? Eddie Cantor's got 5 daughters, and now he's looking for a little pun.
Jokes. Well, Freddie Allen, aren't you going back to Town Hall?
No, I'm going nuts.
Well, you're lucky, Fred. Everyone else has a long trip ahead of them.
Goodbye, Freddie.
Goodbye.
Tally ho! Tally ho!
Henry, the music. Now Gracie will sing I Love You from Coast to Coast. Sing it, Gracie.
I love you has been said in so many ways, it's hard to find something new. Still I tried and I managed to coin a phrase in praise of you. It's my ambition to audition for a swell radio post, just to tell you I love you from coast to coast. It's not the money in it, honey, that I keep thinking of most. It's the chance to romance you from coast to coast. Sometimes I start to pour out my heart in writing, but through a mic the words sound more exciting. So if I get work on the network, honey, I'll sing you a toast when I broadcast I love you. I don't mean high fifth. I don't mean Armstrong. I don't mean Henry. I mean from coast to coast.
The makers of those fine Campbell soups invite you to listen in and laugh with George Burns and Gracie Allen again next Wednesday. Meanwhile, remember that you can have the finest chicken soup you ever tasted simply by asking for Campbell's Chicken Soup. You'll find it to be the delicious, nourishing, old-fashioned kind.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Your station is KHJ, Don Lee, Los Angeles. Time signal courtesy Schaefer Pen and Pencil Company. Settle that perplexing Christmas gift problem with the genuine Schaefer dry-proof fountain pen